guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I met with some of the hostage families and how hard this was for them for the last 2 years. There's not a Jew across the world who didn't feel personally impacted by the events of October 7th. And these 20 that were released, never knowing if they would get that day.
ABC's The View is giving President Trump credit for the Israel-Hamas peace deal. Co-host Alyssa Farah Griffin.
If this peace deal holds, which I pray that it does, it's historic. It is a massive diplomatic achievement. And I think the whole world can breathe a sigh of relief.
She said the whole world can breathe a sigh of relief. Even the more liberal hosts agree that Trump's deal makes a historic breakthrough for peace in the Middle East. Some airports are blocking a video from TSA checkpoints that lays the blame for the government shutdown squarely on Democrats.
We will continue to do all that we can to avoid delays that will impact your travel. And our hope is that Democrats will soon recognize the importance of opening the government.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the refusal of Congress to fund the government is disrupting operations. Airports in Seattle, Portland, Phoenix, Buffalo, Westchester, New York have all refused to show it, with officials calling the message political or inappropriate. Critics say this is just another example of silencing the truth. Visitors to Washington, D.C. are reacting with disappointment after new closures related to the ongoing federal shutdown.
The Smithsonian closed the National Zoo and all of its museums yesterday after running out of reserve funding. The zoo saw a surge of traffic on Saturday as visitors tried to squeeze one last look at the animals before it shut down. The closure of the facilities is expected to impact a variety of D.C. businesses, including the food trucks that normally crowd the area around the National Mall. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed sharply higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 587 points. The S&P 500 rose 102 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 490 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Because of the nor'easter and the state of emergency, the Columbus Day Parade has been canceled.
The annual Columbus Day Parade in New York City was canceled today.
And it's all because of the nor'easter, which is bringing heavy rain and strong wind gusts as well as coastal flooding. The Columbus Citizens Foundation says the parade will not be rescheduled. New York Governor Kathy Hochul issued a state of emergency for New York City because of the storm. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Pinellas County, Florida starts taking applications for federal grants to assist survivors of last year's hurricanes.
Pinellas commissioners designed a plan to help survivors of Debbie, Helene, and Milton based on community input. Chairman Brian Scott says they're moving the money out as fast as they can.
Get money in people's hands by Christmas, let them start rebuilding, let them start recovering.
Disaster relief and homeowner reconstruction and rehab programs are tied to income levels. There are also programs to help landlords if they provide affordable housing. Pinellas County will start taking applications next Monday from residents outside the city of St. Petersburg. Gordon Bird, Clearwater.
A former student is in custody after allegedly stabbing 3 staff members at a private special education school in the L.A. area.
The stabbing happened at about 8:40 this morning at Switzer Learning Center in Torrance. 2 of the victims were taken to a hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The 3rd victim was treated at the scene. Police say the student also tried to stab a 4th staff member before fleeing. The student is also accused of making a bomb threat toward the school. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty then, time to cue the microphone and get this party started. Here we go, showtime. Ready for a new day? Well, it's officially underway in the Eastern Time Zone. Good evening to our friends out west. Over the coming hours, we'll welcome everyone into a Tuesday, 14th day of October. So here we go. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Another comfortable night outside the secret bunkers, Southwest Ohio. Things drying out pretty significantly once again. Clear skies. Temperatures comfortably in the lower 50s. All right, trust your week's off to a good start. Many drivers actually getting out there for the first overnight run of the new week. Back to work Monday into a Tuesday morning. All right, we'll take a look at our traveler's weather. Where might you find some slowdowns out there? Courtesy of Mother Nature. Again, primarily the tale of two coasts. East Coast, West Coast. We'll start with the East Coast, where I don't know if they ever actually designated it as an official nor'easter. It's pretty much been called a tropical rain and windstorm that's been battering the eastern seaboard for the last several days. I think the worst is behind as far as the heavy rains and potential flooding. But the coastal areas are still dealing with battering waves, beach erosion. Most of the precip we see now is on the very scattered, much lighter side. But we still see a lot of spotty showers from New England. Yeah, a line kind of running right through central New York, through the heart of Pennsylvania. Obviously, lighter rain not showing up on the radar. Misty precipitation, keeping those wiper blades on intermittently. Yeah, anywhere from D.C. up into New England. Meanwhile, the heavy rains battering the West Coast. Yeah, California, right through the heart of California, seeing some heavy rains tonight, potentially some flooding. So let's start there. A storm barreling across the West Coast this week, bringing with it some much-needed rain, and we are going to see some mountain snow. And some areas are going to see a pretty significant snow, several feet of accumulation for the first time since early spring. Showers started breaking out across Oregon and northern California early on Monday. Yet rain and high elevation snow expanding as this storm dives southward along the Pacific coast. Most of the precip at this hour is now out of Washington and Oregon. The heaviest rains, as I mentioned, California. The afternoon in the Bay Area, through the overnight hours, it's the Central Valley of California. Widespread rainfall totals, 1 to 2 inches expected from Redding, California, down to Los Angeles. The heaviest rain reaching that L.A. basin overnight, continuing through Tuesday into Tuesday evening. Obviously, we're going to be talking some travel delays on the roads and at the airports. The foothills and the mountains of Southern California could have as much as 2 to 4 inches of rain by Tuesday evening. That'll bring the risk of flash flooding and debris flows, especially near any of the burn scar areas. This storm's going to be a very potent enough to even bring some thunderstorms in Southern California through the overnight hours into Tuesday. Flash flooding problems will mount rather quickly after the rain begins. Even a few thunderstorms that not only drop brief heavy rain, but some wind and even possibly some hail. At the height of the storm, as the wind blows in from the Pacific Ocean, temperatures trending downward from the 70s to the 60s in many lower elevations in Northern California and the immediate Southern California coasts early this week. Now, the incoming cold could allow for snow levels to drop to around 5,000 feet through the day ahead. Travelers planning to drive on Interstate 80 through Donner Pass, you could expect a couple inches of slushy snow, some delays there. Above the passes in the mountains, we could be seeing 1 to, in some cases, as much as 3 feet of snow accumulating, including some of the resorts near Lake Tahoe. As the storm then moves east into the middle of the week, still too with the cold air, allowing for some precip to fall to snow in the highest elevations of Nevada, northern Utah, Idaho, Wyoming. Much of the area is forecast to have rain. Wednesday are currently in a pretty deep drought. According to the latest update from the U.S. Drought Monitor, 83% of Idaho and 100% of Utah is in a moderate, severe, or in some cases extreme drought. This storm's also going to strengthen enough to increase the risk of severe thunderstorms as it shifts toward the central USA. The cool air brought in to the west by the storm, clashing with a strong southerly wind, bringing warm air out of Mexico, will be prime conditions for thunderstorm development. Drenching downpours, lightning could be widespread with these thunderstorms. AccuWeather forecasters warn thunderstorms may also produce hail and damaging wind gusts during the afternoon and evening hours. We could be talking some additional rounds of strong to severe thunderstorms that may persist across the plains as the week progresses. Now, well out and ahead of that front to the east, we do see some spotty shower activity. Yes, spotty showers in northern portions of New Mexico, over into the northern Texas Panhandle region. A little more organized area of mostly light to moderate, consistent rain there in south central and southwestern Colorado tonight. Elsewhere, spotty showers, a few showers through southern portions of South Dakota, in northern Nebraska tonight. Most of the areas from the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast is high and dry, a quiet night. So with our East Coast storm, though, we're about, 6 weeks left in the Atlantic hurricane season? So a little over a month. Forecasters still kind of keeping an eye on things, warning that we anticipate more named storms could be brewing. While that tropical wind and rainstorm pounded the mid-Atlantic and New England over the past day, 5 o'clock Monday morning Eastern Time, Tropical Storm Lorenzo strengthened in the main development region way out in the eastern Atlantic. So we now have the 12th named storm of the Atlantic season. It will be no concern for the USA. It will stay well away from land over the next several days. The models are depicting a very odd pattern for a tropical system, the wave coming off of the western African coast. It's actually going to move northward, swing back toward the northern African coast, and then maybe move southward before dissipating about a week from now. Just a very odd scenario. So remaining well offshore. It will bring some high surf and rip currents to the Azores and the northwest coast of Africa later this week. Now, in addition to watching Lorenzo, hurricane experts monitoring right now what would be a low risk of development in the open Atlantic. The time frame October 16th through the 18th, the latter half of this week. That'll be the next tropical wave moving off the coast of Africa in that zone. Could become a bit more organized by the end of the next weekend. There's a lot of warm waters in the southern Atlantic and lesser wind shear. So that all means the possibility this could reach tropical storm status by the time it reaches the Caribbean islands. Meanwhile, so the next name on the Atlantic Basin list is Melissa. The fate of that tropical wave, once it reaches the Caribbean, it's so far out, it's way too early, but the weather pattern late next week could pull that storm north toward the Bahamas and potentially the United States. It also could continue moving west across the abnormally warm Caribbean, but that's a long way off. Very quiet tonight in both the Gulf and the western Atlantic, off the southeastern coast of the USA. Great to have you with us as we roll into a Tuesday. Who we got checking in? Mary Ann was first out of the box. Good to have you with us. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. The Midnight Hour had another gorgeous day. Harrison, Ohio. Looks like another is on the way for our Tuesday. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Folks, we are living in historical times that will be talked about for decades. And we're all a part of this. Tuning in to the live coverage this past morning there in the Middle East. Yes, it was just quite historic. The gathering of world leaders with the banner, Peace 2025. All the remaining living hostages being reunited with their families this past day. We've got all the very latest as far as those developments were concerned. There were a total of 35 world leaders at the gathering. Why just 35? Well, that's the 35 that were actually invited to be there. And they all showed up. Incredible. Well, hello to Snuffy and Granny. Good morning, Steve. Checking in from Maryland tonight. Safe travels out there. Joe Biden and Blinken. Gerald says you hear them trying to take credit for Trump's Mideast deal. Yeah, that's the name of the game. Biden, he issued a statement, something along the lines that he and his administration worked very hard for a release of the hostages and a peace deal. And he did indeed congratulate President Trump for, as he put it, getting it across the finish line. Okay. Hello, Bill. Good morning, everyone. 55 in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Brewers are down 1 game to the Dodgers. All right, that game number 2 for the Brewers and Dodgers will be taking place tonight, Tuesday night, as a matter of fact. Meanwhile, Seattle up 2 games to none in this best-of-7 championship series over the Blue Jays. But Bill says, I do have some not-so-good news. I've been having pain, stiffness in both knees. Saw the orthopedic doctor. They took some x-rays. I have what they call orthopedic arthritis in both knees. There's no padding in either knee. Bone spurs, the damage that I've done to my knees over the years. My thoughts were, well, how long till I can't do this trucking work anymore? All right, I know that, those very, very painful knee replacements, they ain't no fun. So hope all goes well there, Bill. Have a great night, drivers. Be safe out there. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Let me see. 54 degrees. Platkill, New York. Still having some off and on rain, a little windy as we roll towards Schenectady, New York tonight. Coffee cup is full. It's time to ride. All right. Hello, Jeffrey, Southern Florida. Check it in. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. There's Dale. Steve, I believe God saved President Trump for what happened this past day. I believe next will be peace with Ukraine and Russia, I think. And before Trump leaves office, I think he and Marco Rubio will actually maybe bring Cuba around. Very interesting. All right, great to have you on board. Lots to cover, as always, as we roll into a new day. Phone lines open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Michael checking in. What's up, people? Good to have you on board there via the YouTube feed tonight. Good morning. The Beach Bum checking in. It's a cool 63 degrees just north of Tampa, Florida tonight. Have a great show. We'll be listening in. Buckeye Boy checking in from Tallulah, Louisiana. 67 degrees. Had a good day of driving Monday. Had some light rain off and on until about Weatherford. I can drive till about 1 a.m. Eastern. We'll have about 420 miles yet to go. Yeah, my back's been bothering me, so got an appointment with the chiropractor Wednesday morning. Then I'll go deliver, after which I'm getting a badly needed haircut. I haven't looked so scruffy. Can't not do that when I go to Ohio Thursday for my 45th class reunion this weekend. It'll be great to catch up with friends and watch my old high school play some football. All right, go Coal Grove Hornets. All right, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Very good. Thank you. So we have one of the Israeli hostages, Aviatar David. This is the individual whom Hamas actually forced to dig his own grave in a tunnel while in captivity. Now safely back in Israel. Freed, returned as a result of the U.S. and President Trump's deal to end the war in Gaza. Of course, Hamas, the terror group, filmed this particular hostage being forced to dig his own grave in that tunnel beneath Gaza. It was a propaganda video meant to pressure the Israeli government to end the war at the time. The reason Hamas is advertising its own brutality is partly to instill fear in the Israeli audience, but to create pressure on the Prime Minister Netanyahu at time to capitulate to the terrorist demands. Whether intentionally or not, the Hamas propaganda video also kind of evoked photographs from the likes of the Holocaust, familiar to many Israelis, of the Nazis forcing Jews at the time to dig their own graves before shooting, murdering them. Monday, Avatar David was one of the 20 remaining hostages returned to Israel. Many of those hostages obviously appeared very thin, pale, malnourished, but clearly happy to be out of captivity. Now, they say there are still 28 bodies of murdered hostages still awaiting transfer as part of the ceasefire deal. As we reflect back to October 7 of 2023, Hamas took 251 hostages initially. Some 160 ultimately returned in ceasefires. The rest, obviously, murdered by the savages. More on the Middle East, some of what the president had to say and other world leaders this past day at that historic gathering. What a day it was. Meanwhile, we'll get to some of our industry headlines. And we mentioned snow impacting some of the higher elevations out west. I'm not familiar with Blewett Pass. That's in Washington State. That was, I guess, one of the first passes closed Monday morning with the first substantial snow of the season, causing semi-trucks to become disabled. Closure happened early Monday morning along U.S. Highway 97 at Blewett Pass in the Wenatchee Mountains. It closed both directions about 6:30 in the morning. I presume they've got that reopened by now, but all right, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Good news from the Middle East. President Trump's ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas appears to be holding. Nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners have been released as Hamas has freed the final 20 living hostages. Speaking before Israel's parliament, Trump declared the end of the war and the end of the age of terror, praising Israel's strength and calling himself its best friend in the White House, a major step towards lasting peace and another foreign policy win for President Trump. Democrats are praising the new Israel-Hamas peace deal, but as MSNBC points out, they are careful to leave out two key words: Donald Trump. Senator Elizabeth Warren praised the ceasefire without once mentioning Trump, drawing backlash online. Lawmakers are applauding all involved in brokering the ceasefire and freeing the hostages, but few will credit the president who made it happen. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong.
For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Meanwhile, this past day, President Trump predicting Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be remembered by history as the best to ever hold that position. Heaping heavy praise on Rubio during his speech at the Knesset after brokering the first phase of the peace agreement. All right. One of 8 significant or reportedly soon-to-be significant conflicts that his administration has settled since returning to office. Obviously, the Hamas negotiation, the most consequential. But he said, quote, "I have a prediction that Marco will go down, I mean this, as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of the United States. I believe that." Of course, Rubio was there, sitting next to Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, reacting with a smile and a bit of a laugh. Trump kind of reflected back on the days of the 2016 presidential primary when they were competing for the nomination and the subsequent journey of their relationship to the present day. He said, he and I, we really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty. Who the hell thought this was going to happen, right? Big laugh from Marco Rubio at that point in time. He was always smart, sharp. People respect him. On Wednesday, last week during the Antifa Roundtable, you'll recall the independent journalist there before the White House press pool where Rubio handed the president that note emphasizing the deal was extremely close, very close. We need you to approve a Truth Social post so you could announce the deal first. It was all caught on camera. Trump and Rubio had already reached a number of ceasefires, which many haven't really paid attention to. Peace deals around the globe before this agreement between Israel and Hamas. They have settled issues between India and Pakistan, you recall. Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the Republic of Rwanda. They had the deal with Egypt and Ethiopia, Israel and Iran, Cambodia and Thailand, and reportedly prevented what could have been an escalation between Serbia and Kosovo. Donald Trump, the peace president, as they say. And talk about a busy schedule. So he was busy over the weekend. I think he had his latest physical exam update. The doctor said he's in great health. Obviously then flying all the way to the Middle East. A very busy schedule this past day. Rushing, probably as we speak, back to the U.S. To be here today, Tuesday, to posthumously award Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That ceremony is set for 4 o'clock Eastern Time this Tuesday afternoon, awarding the late Turning Point USA founder the nation's highest honor in the White House's East Room. Newsmax says they will cover this live. Coverage begins at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Today would have been Charlie Kirk's 32nd birthday. Of course, in September, the Senate unanimously approved a resolution marking the day as the National Day of Remembrance for Charlie Kirk. Obviously, with the president being in Israel and Egypt, he promised to return in time to make that event. I'm coming back Tuesday, I believe, Tuesday night for Charlie Kirk. A friend of mine, a friend of all of ours, a friend of a lot of the people right here, giving him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest honor you get outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor, but it's the greatest honor. Emphasizing the significance of the moment, saying this is going to be a great celebration of Kirk's legacy. Erica, his beautiful wife, is going to be there. A lot of people going to be there. Kirk's close friend and his show producer, Andrew Colvett, confirmed the White House plan, stating that President Trump is moving heaven and earth to get back to D.C. Thank you, Mr. President. We see what it took to pull this off, and we are incredibly grateful. All right, so the ceremony kind of coincides with the new legislation marking October 14 today, a National Day of Remembrance for Charlie Kirk. It is 844-844-3388. I got quite a chuckle earlier this evening. The daughter does, like a lot of folks, she'll stop to do the little thrift store thing sometimes on the weekends, and she did over this past weekend. You get trinkets and junk you don't really need, stuff to just clutter the house. But Saturday afternoon, she brought home a tie. Hey, Dad, I got you a tie. I was like, okay. She thought I'd like it because it had the red, white, and blue. I didn't really pay attention. I said, yeah, red, white, and blue. That's cool. Yeah, I kind of put it on the counter, and then this past evening, I got to take in a closer look. She doesn't even know it yet because I just noticed it a few hours ago, and I showed the wife. She about bust a gut. I said, do you know what this is? I said, honey, this is the Democrat Party tie. It's the donkey. Yeah, the mascot of the Democrat Party. It's the donkey. It's very small, so she probably didn't notice, but it's all over the tie. The donkey with the red, white, and blue, kind of, I guess you'd call it the Uncle Sam hat. I said, this is a Chuck Schumer or Joe Biden tie. What the? Oh, well, it's the thought that counts, I suppose. I don't think I'll be wearing that tie. Sorry, daughter. How classic is that?
Oh, man, that is funny. Well, she probably just seen the colors and
She's
said,
right.
dirty.
She knows I'm all
give it
about
to
the
Daddy.
patriotic, red, white, and blue. Dad'll like this.
Yeah. Well, good morning, senor, from the land of entrapment, where, well, it's 55 degrees here on 40 heading westbound. A little bit of rain out here, kind of coming and going. Now, I was listening to the show Friday after I got off, and no, I wasn't planning on making it in time for the weekend balloon fiesta. I mean, I think just one trip a year probably ought to be enough.
Mm-hmm.
So we haven't gotten the results in about how many people and how much economic impact this was, but I'm sure they more than made up for any deficits they might have had in the past, especially during COVID. So I'm going to ask you something, and it's dealing with balloons. Does Golden Eagle and Hot Shot Secret, do they have a balloon that advertises their product in your show, or is there one in the process of being thought about?
Like an actual hot air balloon like the Fiesta uses?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of, no. Not.
Well, I'll tell you what, that would be, of course, it's not my money I'm talking about, but I mean, the concept would be pretty nice, because everywhere you go out there's not a whole lot of gasoline engine pickups that are out there chasing the balloons down. It's all diesel. And then of course you got your pink stuff there. I can't think of what the hell you call that, but from the Golden Eagle,
Staybill.
That Staybill. There you go. Thank you much. Appreciate it. That might be. I don't know if it'd be expensive. I'm sure the initial output would be to build one of these things or to have one made, and then to get someone that's pilot qualified. But, that might be something good, especially during the cooler parts of the time. I think the next one that's happening is going to be up in Colorado someplace. It's not going to be near as big as this, but, that might be an interesting concept for someone to think about and go, we probably could.
Mm-hmm.
And then next year, maybe, I don't know, you'll do shows from the Albuquerque Balloon Fiesta grounds and do some interviews with the folks out there. And, what the hey, Yeah, I know that's kind of homerish, but I'll digress.
Okay.
It's sad that more countries love Trump than what this country does. Everyone's praising Trump, and then you got about 45% of this country screaming, hollering, yelling, bitching, and moaning and groaning about Trump, or they won't even mention his name when he pulls off a feat like this. I mean, to settle one or two wars, negotiated peace, that's pretty good. But this makes how many? 7? 8?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Damn. I mean, what is it going to take a man to get recognition from the left? That ugly ass woman, was it Rashida Tlaib? Always out there screaming with a Palestinian flag, free Gaza, free Gaza.
Yeah.
Well, where are you and your supporters now? They're freed. I guess you just hate Trump that much to where you don't care what happens because it has Trump's name to it. You're done. And that's a crying damn shame. If Joe Biden were to have actually done something instead of crap his diapers and fart in front of the king and queen, I'd give him props. Like, hey, you did something positive. But he can't even do anything positive, yet he wants to take credit for starting the thing. And then, Trump went ahead and took the football from him and, went across the goal line. No, that ain't what happened at all. As far as I can remember, Joe didn't do a damn thing but just give money to another country. And he really didn't do a whole lot. He kind of restrained Netanyahu from doing a lot of things. No, you can't do this. Well, we've got to take care of the Palestinians. Why? And for Hamas to still go out and terrorize their people, I mean, the people over there are going to have to get up. They're going to have to be fed up enough to say enough with this crap, and go in and do what needs to be done, even at the cost of their own life, to free their country of this damn menace. Because you let it get a foothold in there like they got, and that menace will never leave, because no one on the other side is going to be brave enough to stand up and say, you know what, you're done. They all want someone else to do that, but they don't want to do it their own damn selves. So, anyways, well, it was a rotten weekend for a lot of folks out there. Of course, Dallas, 2 weekends ago, they beat the hell out of the Jets, and they were just, chest was puffing up like, yes, we're back.
Right.
And they play a team that they should have won, and then they just kind of crap out. Yes, the only consistent thing about Dallas, besides Jerry Jones effing up, is the lack of inconsistency. Until they get some serious changes.
How about Jerry Jones? Did you catch where he said he accidentally flipped the bird? Then they got like, what, a $250,000 fine or something? Have you ever accidentally flipped the bird at somebody?
Accidentally, my hind end. I'm sure those Jet fans are giving him the the what for and what not, and he just finally had enough. Like, you know what? Here you go. Yeah, accidentally, my hind end. No, that's a stated purpose. You either do it or you don't.
Yep.
Well, high school team, they lost by 1. So that wasn't too good. And of course, Oklahoma loses. Which one of the prognosticators? Prognosticator. Thank you very much. And the analyst. Which one decided who was going to take that one? So were they the same, Oklahoma, or were they split?
They were both.
Do you remember what
they were unanimous on Oklahoma? Yeah, so they both lost that one.
Man, I tell you what, Oklahoma has the better team. But for some reason, it seems like whenever they go to the Red River rivalry, it's every other year or every 3 years, they lose it. And then finally, after the third game, then they'll win one. And then they'll drop the ball again for the next 3 times that they play. So, wasn't real happy with the outcome, but then again, I'm not real big on either Oklahoma or Texas, so I could say, well, at least a Texas team won. A&M did a pretty good job on the Gators, not allowing them but 3 points in the second half. And, I'll tell you what got me was that Penn State coach getting
the axe.
Getting the axe. You start off at number 2 or number 3, you win 4 games in a row, and then you drop the next 3 to subpar teams. Man, I tell you what, if they did that to Jimbo Fisher at A&M after 5 games, 6 games, oof, that would have been tough. It was a hard pill to swallow when they gave him $75 million to stop coaching and don't go anywhere else to coach, but. Yeah, that's I don't know. Does Penn State do much with the NIL, or are they just kind of like a lot of these other teams like Clemson? They don't go in there or the portal to get anybody. They just try to get
That I'm not
the homegrown.
sure. That I'm not sure. There was some discussion about, someone suggested that Penn State is going to go after Indiana's coach, and Ed and Grump were saying that Indiana they don't think does a whole lot with the NIL, but I guess it all depends on how much money they're willing to fork over, right?
Right. Well, Signetti over there, I mean, came over from James Madison, brought most of his team with him. I'm pretty impressed because I don't think Indiana's really been known to be a football school. It's mainly basketball. So, I mean, if he can change the culture over there, man, more power to him. And if you got the money, keep him. So, but anyways, basketball season's starting up. Good night. I mean, hell, we're barely through halfway the football season, and here's basketball already. I just wish they would just start in November instead of doing the late September or early October. And just, it's kind of like seeing Christmas stuff out. Why do you want to do it in August or September when you could wait till October? And, but they don't want to do it. They just want to get it out earlier and earlier.
Yeah.
Well, senor, I guess I'm done rambling. I'll let you go. We'll holler at y'all later, maybe in that loneliest hour.
All right. Well, I think we'll be here if all goes according to plan. Very good. Thank you much. Send your heat wave. All right. So, the stock market, that is, comes roaring back on Monday. After a significant drop, Philip was kind of alluding Monday morning's program about the big drop, that this is not sustainable. And it was all based on comments made by the president about alluding to the fact that he has no reason to even meet with China's Xi Jinping. When he walked that back a bit, President Trump, they tell us, is still on track to meet Xi Jinping in South Korea. They kind of de-escalated the tensions over the trade disputes. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent this past day trying to calm the tensions. The latest flare-up in the U.S.-China trade talk started last Thursday when China dramatically expanded their rare earth minerals export controls that drew a sharp countermeasure from President Trump on Friday. Bessent this past day said there has been substantial communication between the two sides over the weekend. We have substantially de-escalated. President Trump, of course, had threatened that tariffs would go into effect on November 1. He will be meeting with Chairman Xi Jinping in the Korea coming up here in a few weeks. That meeting, I believe, is still on. There's going to be a lot of staff-level meetings taking place this week in Washington on the sidelines of, I guess you got the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund annual meetings taking place this week. The U.S. expects support from allies, including Europeans, India, democracies in Asia. China is, of course, a command and control economy. Bessent said they are neither going to command nor control us, the United States. Aside from that forthcoming meeting, we also hear that the president is going to be welcoming the Ukrainian president, Vladimir Zelensky, to the White House coming up this Friday for what they're calling a working lunch, discussing how they can force Vladimir Putin to enter into peace negotiations. This visit to the White House will be his third, of course, since Trump took office. This meeting confirmed by 3 individuals familiar with the matter. First reported by the Financial Times, Trump and Zelensky have gotten along better since that first visit went way wrong back on February the 28th, when Zelensky was told to get out of here, leave the White House after that fiery exchange. Since then, Trump met with Putin, of course, in Alaska, continues to grow increasingly frustrated with Putin's refusal to end the war. Trump and Zelensky spoke during the weekend, discussed the possibility of NATO allies purchasing U.S.-made long-range Tomahawk missiles. Trump's alluded to the fact of possibly being open to that. It's more or less more of a threat to Putin to push. I mean, these would have the capability of directly reaching into Moscow and many of the military bases there in Russia. Of course, Putin obviously would be very threatened by that. He's president, I guess this past day, said he might be giving Putin, as he put it, a courtesy call to say, hey, you don't want Tomahawks landing there in Moscow, do you? Let's see, where would that go? All right, rolling into a Tuesday. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former President Bill Clinton is grateful that Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire.
The former president released a statement on X applauding the deal as well as the release of 20 living hostages, while also noting that the Trump administration deserves great credit for keeping everyone engaged until the agreement was reached. Clinton's statement comes after Trump, as well as the leaders of Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey, held an official signing ceremony for the Gaza peace plan today. Now Clinton is looking for a lasting peace that provides for the dignity and security of both Palestinians and Israelis. I'm Chris Coraggio.
The federal government shutdown continues with little signs of progress to end it. Furloughed federal employee Charles Davis says he wants lawmakers to reach an agreement so he can get back to work.
I am the primary source of income for my household. So to cut out, 60% of our gross income is significant.
The Senate has held 7 votes on Democratic and Republican plans for short-term funding, but all have failed. More than half a dozen airports are refusing to display a new video targeting Democrats for the government shutdown.
The video features DHS Secretary Kristi Noem saying Democrats in Congress refuse to fund the federal government, and because of this, many of our operations are impacted. She added, "Our hope is that Democrats will soon recognize the importance of opening the government." Officials at several of the nation's airports, among them Buffalo, Westchester County, Cleveland, Los Angeles, Seattle, Portland, and Phoenix, have all opted not to play the video at TSA checkpoints. Some cited the political nature of the video as the reason for their decision. Liz Warner, New York.
Wall Street closed sharply higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 587 points. The S&P 500 rose 102 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 490 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The Alaska National Guard responded to emergency flood conditions created by former Typhoon Halong in southwestern Alaska.
Some people remain missing in the region due to the severe weather. Up to 60 Guard members are activated to assist with storm response operations. State officials say the Guard is one of more than a dozen agencies involved in the disaster response. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Authorities have identified the 16 people killed in last week's blast at a Tennessee explosives plant. Humphreys County Sheriff Chris Davis read off the names today.
That's the name of our 16 souls that we're still trying to take care of and their families.
The people were killed when the blast ripped through the Accurate Energetic Systems plant. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee toured the site on Sunday, saying the loss is staggering. The ATF is among the agencies looking for the causes of that explosion, which currently remains unknown. A new study published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine says your walking pace does matter.
The research found that walking at an average or normal speed of 2 to 3 miles an hour was linked to a 15% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, and a brisk and striding speed doubled that percentage. Studies have also found that walking 15 minutes a day, 5 days a week, helps boost immunity and lessens cravings for sweets. Recent research found that walking 7,000 steps a day lowers the chance of heart disease by more than half, and walking after eating can help reduce heart disease risk, regulate blood glucose levels, and improve sleep quality. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Another hour underway as we kick off a brand new day. There you go. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Time zone to time zone. We turn the page on the calendar, 14th day of October. All right. All talk artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence going to be monitoring you in the trucking industry. How's that? The Arkansas Department of Transportation has partnered with a transportation technology provider, Quarter Hill Incorporated, on a multi-million-dollar project to bring artificial intelligence-enabled safety inspection technology to two of the state's busiest trucking corridors. Quarter Hill announcing a partnership with Arkansas DOT and the Arkansas Highway Patrol to launch a $2.7 million project to deploy advanced mainline sorter systems at Lehigh on I-40 eastbound and at Marion on I-55 southbound, which they say are two key entry points that handle some of the highest truck volumes in the entire country. They explain the mainline sorter systems on I-40 and I-55 will involve the following sensor and AI-powered technologies, starting with weigh-in-motion sensors to capture truck weights at highway speeds, as well as tire anomaly classification systems for real-time detection of unsafe tire conditions, license plate recognition, Department of Transportation checks, and Intelligent Roadside Operations Computer, IROC, to verify vehicle credentials instantly, and lastly, fully integrated dynamic message boards to guide drivers that need further inspection. The modernized systems will help Arkansas address increasing freight volume at one of the nation's busiest trucking corridors, while supporting Arkansas DOT's mission to deliver safer, smarter, and more sustainable transportation infrastructure, underscoring the importance of technology-driven solutions for freight corridors where expansion is challenging but traffic volumes continue to grow. As interstate commerce continues to surge, these upgrades, they say, will ensure Arkansas remains at the forefront of efficient, safe freight movement. Quarter Hill did not provide information on when drivers should expect the technology to be deployed, but just the fact that the announcement, the agreement, has taken place. All right, see what's happening with Grump this early Tuesday morning.
Good morning. Well, I listened to a lot of the first speech I heard from Trump, there in when he was addressing Israel. I thought got a little long-winded and kind of got into that "I love me" kind of stuff. But the speech that he gave over in Egypt, I thought was just boom, right on the money. He was, he thanked a lot of people and was short with it, and it wasn't narcissistic like the other one was, and just kind of talked a little bit there. But man, I'll tell you what, it was just amazing to see that many Arab leaders,
yes,
in one room, and that has never happened before. I mean, here these guys are. I mean, they can't get along for nothing. You had Sunni and you had Shia in the same damn room without, trying to kill each other. And that says a lot right there. And this is, I don't know why in the world that the Democrats are downplaying this like it was no big thing. This is a major milestone in peace talks. And I don't think Trump could have put together a better team than Marco Rubio and his people. And I've always been somebody, I don't like nepotism at all, not in government, but I don't think that Trump could have found a better person to help negotiate that than Jared Kushner. He was pretty much the architect on the Abraham Accords, and now there's a lot more people that's want to sign on to it. When you even read some scuttle about Iranians that are interested in it, the Iranian government, that is kind of interested in doing more peace talks. It'd help them out because, number one, while he's in office, while Trump's in office, they know damn well that if they get out of line, he's going to send some more B-2s over there. And but it was truly an amazing thing there to listen to that. And at first I thought, what the hell's really? I mean, all these leaders, when they started talking about them, I couldn't believe it. Everybody that was there was there. So that was an amazing accomplishment, and yes, he should be put in for Nobel Peace Prize on that, and should get it without any kind of a pushback at all, except from the Democrats, of course. They according to Joe Biden, it was him that got all this going. Joe Biden couldn't tell you where he peed last. He's such a that brain dead dumbass. I've never in my life seen anybody that spent 55 years in government and when he got out had nothing to show for it other than a big paycheck for being president of the United States, because he sure as hell didn't run anything. But this trade thing, and we was talking about China's trade and how they started that garbage up, and I think Pappy was a little worried about how China rearing their head like they could start a war or something like that. The more I read on China, the more I research on this, just got to look at it over. China is in no damn position to do much of anything other than talk. They rely on about $3.6 trillion that they get from exports, coming in from exports. And when you look at all the countries that they export to, they are all, nearly all are big J. Trump. So I think that's one of the reasons why so many of them Xi kind of backed off on that, with a little bit of his, let's just take a second look at it here, because it would gain nothing. We're into China about $600 billion a year in imports, and our imports total are about 3.2 trillion. That's what we import worldwide. And one of our greatest imports from China, of course, is about 70% of the rare minerals that we need, we get from China. But we're trying to locate them now in Canada and here in the United States and other places that has them. But China still has about 90% of the facilities that is needed to process those rare minerals. And so that still is kind of I don't know whether you say they can hold that over your head or not, because I don't see that they would have any gain in that, to be honest with you. I mean, they're talking like they're going to, but I would say on the backside of it, they're going to say no. We're just trying to save face on this, but for the simple reason that they depend so heavily on us. I mean, as far as the trade deficit goes and how much that they send here, and the majority of their stuff is farm machinery, things like that. Parts, stuff that if we was to say the hell with it, we're not taking. Right now, we'll just leave them set out in the ocean there, and on the barges for a little while and let you suffer. There ain't much they can do about it. I know they've built a lot of their man-made islands and stuff like that. Their aircraft carriers suck. Most of their aircraft is just the F-22 and can run circles around it. So can the F-35, and they sure as hell don't want to jump on any of the F-15s. I mean, F-15s have been around since the early '70s, and they're still one of the baddest rides on the block that nobody really wants to tinker with. And I don't know, man. I look at it and I'm thinking, are they a lot of smoke and mirrors? I think they are. The only option they would have would be, in a war with us would be go nuclear, and that would, what the hell would they gain from that?
Right.
I mean, that would pretty much just seal the deal on world destruction, and because there is no going back once that happens. It just there is no putting them back in the silos or anything. So, I don't know. They keep talking. People keeps talking, and so many countries talk about their defense, and that they just have nuclear weapons for their defense. Well, tell that to Putin. He's how many times has he threatened nuclear war and stuff like that with that jackass? Somebody needs to slip up behind him and put a 22 round right in his brain pan if he has a brain, because this guy right here, he is I don't know if he's mentally disturbed or mentally off that he just can't see that he is destroying his country, and that number one, the Soviet Union is not coming back. It's done. Reagan made sure of that. And the countries that left Russia, that left the communism and stuff, they're not going back to that crap. They're not going back to those days. And Putin, he just, I don't know. I think that when you look at that idiot, he just wants that. He wants that kind of power. He wants that kind of power over so many more countries than what he, controls. And he knows that, they're withering on the vine. Oil is all they got. That's it. Nothing else. And so it's going to be an amazing thing here if Trump can get that idiot settled down, and I think, giving up some tomahawks and things like that where they can reach out and touch somebody that, where Ukraine can actually go on the offensive on a lot of that stuff. I think that's going to be the straw that broke the camel's back. He's going to have to say, hey, look, enough is enough. Let's talk this out, or hug it out or something here.
Yeah.
Steve, jumping over to trucking here for a second. One thing we can talk about, English speaking, the type of people that's out here driving the trucks. But in the last 2 nights, I've seen some of the maturity levels of people that rivals that of a damn 9-year-old. I ain't kidding you. I just, when I picked my trailer up back there at our plant, I'm standing there and they're trying to tell this idiot that drives, he drives out of, Springfield, Missouri. And he's trying to tell this guy that he cannot stay there. There's a truck stop just right there. Right, just right down the street is a damn truck stop, and it has parking everywhere. Actually, there's 2 places there. But he, for four different times, this kid said, my dispatcher told me I can stay here. And they're like, you can't. You cannot stay here. Well, you're going to have to take that up with my dispatcher. I mean, this, and I'm thinking, finally I just said it. I said, are you that new or that damn stupid? And he's kind of looking at me, and I said, dude, I said, number one, this is private freaking property. If they trespassed your little ass, you're going to jail. So why don't you go down to the truck stop there and knock all this crap off, and we can get back to business here. And I kept looking at him, Steve, and his damn lip was quivering, like he was getting ready to cry. And I said, what the hell is wrong with you? And he just said, well, I don't like being yelled at. And I said, well, pull your head out of your ass a little bit here, dude, and people won't be yelling at you. When they tell you cannot stay here, that means you cannot stay here. You don't stand here and argue with them. Boom, out the door he went. Boom, went over to the truck stop, and stuff. And I was like, Jesus. And I was talking to a couple of security guards there, and they said, this is like this all the time, especially from that bunch. And I said, well, it just, they got signs up everywhere, no overnight parking, none of this. And, you're just in the damn way when you're there because they're moving so many trailers, a couple of hundred a day, and a night, they're, getting them loaded up with beef and stuff. And, people would just be in the way. They need the spots, get your trailer and get the hell out of there. But I couldn't believe it. And then going over there, I was behind one of them. and it's about a mile from the truck stop over to the gate there at the guard shack. This guy did that damn ELD crawl crap every inch of the way. I passed him, and then he, when I pulled into the gate, he finally showed up. I'm getting my paperwork and everything done. He finally shows up, and he tried pulling through the exit. And they backed him up, said, you can't, this is the exit, dude. Oh, okay. Backed him up, and then he tried going through where the damn shag trucks and stuff go. They got to keep that one lane open, around me. But he got, just a complete attitude and stuff. I said, I don't set my clock by your dumb ass. I got to pick these trailers up and go. I got to be back down in Missouri. He said, why would you do that? Well, I didn't want to start my clock, And these idiots will burn up half their damn 14-hour clock trying to save 3 minutes on that drive line. I don't understand it. Are they that underpaid, or are they just that damn stupid? It just seems like this breed of drivers out here anymore, and we're so worried about the English-speaking guys, the non-English-speaking dudes, that we forget about the mentality of some of these that are out here. I don't know. I think if they ever did a damn IQ test on some of these cats, that we would have a driver shortage for damn sure. I mean, it would just be, oh man, look at here, we got another idiot here. He don't need to be, he needs to be riding a little bus, not driving a big truck. But you know what I'm saying, man. I hate to make light of it, but this is what we're challenged with here, and it's not just that. It's you look at every aspect of it, even for the training and what people goes through out here, and they got some of these companies are just so bad. Hell, they'll go through get hired on one week and they're a damn trainer the next. They're that desperate, and I don't know. If they're going to do anything with the trucking industry, maybe they ought to take these apprenticeships, and make them at least a year long where they're riding with somebody or something, teaching them something. But they sure as hell don't need this immaturity, levels that like I just seen back there of a kid that, gets so upset that he starts almost ready to cry because he just, like he wasn't getting his damn way. And, I was explaining to him, I said, man, I said, you control who comes in and out of your house, don't you? If you don't want them there, they ain't gonna stay there, right? And all of my parents. I said, well, I wonder where in the hell what was I thinking? Honestly, that was next, or do you live with your parents? And he come right out and blurted it out. But, the guards in there, I kind of feel sorry for them guys, man. They said this is a battle. I mean, it truly is, trying to keep these guys like this out of here and keep them stable, because they just fly off the damn handle. My dispatcher told me I can park here. Well, your dispatcher is as damn dumb as you are. You're not going to be able to. But that's what we're up against, and it just seems like this void of trucking is getting filled by people like that. Every time you turn around, I remember one company that I worked for years ago. They wanted 3 years experience, and now it's if you got 6 months or you want to go to school or something like that, we'll do that for you. And I was hell, I was a company driver way back then. I got grandfathered in under the military and stuff, and all right, cool. Yeah, if you want a job, go ahead. And it made decent money, but it's nuts right now. And I think it's going to get a hell of a lot worse. We're seeing more companies that are getting weeded out. What we need to see is more brokerages get weeded out. We need to see more of these logistics organizations that are part of these companies get weeded out, because if a company can't, they run all their freight through they bid on it, just like knowing damn well that they're going to get it. They're going to get the freight because it's their logistics company, but they'll bid on it. And then what excess they have, they'll try to farm out to outside carriers and things like that to come in, and it's just crazy. I mean, it's just it's like taking $1, taking a dollar bill and move it from your left pocket over to your right. It's still your dollar, and you're still, but that's what we're looking at these days, and it's just I don't see any stopping it right now where they're slowing these logistics organizations down that are coming on. or slowing down some of the brokerages that were allowed to fester under Barack Obama. Number one, he was a big one that changed the rules to where businesses and stuff like that, they had an easier time starting up a trucking company here than any other time under Barack Obama. And Joe Biden, they just turned a blind eye to everything, so I don't know, buddy. It's a scary time right now in the trucking industry. I'm glad I got another year or so, and I'm thinking about retiring. I don't know if I will ever retire. I just can't see myself just sitting at home or anything. And I'm, the only hobby I like is working on guitars and things. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. But anyway, I just want to talk a little trucking too, and get away from politics there a little bit, and get your take on things.
Very good. Thank you very much, Grump. Well, on that topic, I don't know. Are we making some progress? I think we are. In particular, with the English language proficiency, and had an update to this past day, I believe, was that, from FreightWaves, in regards to the non-domiciled CDL holders. Now, they tell us in California, truck drivers who are not citizens or permanent residents, but are otherwise in the country legally, not illegally, legally are no longer able to renew or obtain their CDLs under the new rules issued by the FMCSA. The emergency interim final rule restricting the non-domiciled CDLs issued back on September the 29th. They actually specifically accused California, Colorado, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, Texas, and Washington of improperly issuing non-domiciled CDLs. What sort of impact is this going to have? Some are saying, well, it might actually lead to a driver shortage. Okay. We'll give you more on that coming up. First, as we head toward the news break, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Good news from the Middle East. President Trump's ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas appears to be holding. Nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners have been released as Hamas has freed the final 20 living hostages. Speaking before Israel's parliament, Trump declared the end of the war and the end of the age of terror, praising Israel's strength and calling himself its best friend in the White House, a major step towards lasting peace and another foreign policy win for President Trump. Democrats are praising the new Israel-Hamas peace deal, but as MSNBC points out, they are careful to leave out two key words: Donald Trump. Senator Elizabeth Warren praised the ceasefire without once mentioning Trump, drawing backlash online. Lawmakers are applauding all involved in brokering the ceasefire and freeing the hostages, but few will credit the president who made it happen. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and health care bills?
Honestly, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was. Never shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
The rest of the story out of California. Now that this emergency interim final rule was issued about the non-domiciled CDLs, they're saying now that the ruling has been issued, truck drivers in California are beginning to notice. They tell us some trucking company owners say they're concerned what it may do to a potential driver shortage. All right, here at the port, according to one company owner, there are 32 languages spoken. So that gives you the diversity of people working the port. This is a tough business. Trucking's a tough business. So we usually have minorities that come over here. Now, Bill Aboudi is president of AB Trucking, one of the independent trucking companies based at the Port of Oakland. Truck driver Vivek Sharma says he was denied his CDL renewal just last week at a California DMV. There, the employees explained to him that only U.S. citizens and green card holders can renew their CDLs at this time. Now, he says he's been in the U.S. legally for the last decade seeking political asylum. Said he's been driving trucks for 8 years under a work visa, and that his final court case regarding his asylum is scheduled for next year. But without his CDL, he'll have to start over in a new career. And he'll have to stop sending money home to his family in India. So under the new rules, the government intends to close these loopholes that have allowed CDLs to be issued to unqualified drivers. California, they say, has until the end of this month, October, to comply with the new rules, or they face losing millions of dollars in federal highway funding. Based on that story, it sounds like they're trying to live up to the deal. All right, Eagle, got you coming up here. Pappy as well. Captain Ron joins us. Hey, it's not the greatest day of the week. What's up?
Yeah, I know. Did you call me? I know you didn't. I ended up, yesterday, the greatest day of the week. My meat guy brought me down a trailer with a flat, so I don't know if it happened en route or if he picked it up that way. Irregardless, I sat there for 2.5 hours for road service, so I missed a lot of the show last night. And I don't know if he covered it or not, but happy belated birthday to the Navy, the greatest Uber service for the United States Marine Corps could ever wish for. So did we cover that yesterday?
No. What was it? 200? Was it 250th? Right?
No. I think so. I'm not sure. I just saw it on my memories in Facebook, and I thought I would share that. I don't remember it being brought up, but I was trying to take a nap and out of the truck and all that with the flat. But the guy that showed up, he had, the nice uniform with the pants with the reflective stripes and the shirt with the reflective stripes. And he must have been after my heart or something, because he had on Crocs.
Okay. Yes, sir.
And I wouldn't have imagined anybody wearing Crocs doing road service, but yeah, he had on Crocs. But if you ain't crocking, you ain't rocking. Just remember that. You know what I mean?
There you go. I've never wore a pair of Crocs. I've never owned a pair of Crocs. I have no idea.
Well, if you ain't crocking, you ain't rocking. But the other thing I had, that was all I had. But a Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Donut Man and Go Blue, and I appreciate you taking my call. I just thought I'd let you in on that Croc-wearing road service.
How about that? All right. Thank you very much, Captain Ron. I don't know, is the beach bum out there chasing you tonight, or are you chasing him? All right. Bobby checks in a little bit earlier. Said, top of the morning, Steve. Good to have you on board. Who else we have here? Marianne says, hello to Crip Shot. Jason, morning, Steve, passing through Concordia, Kansas. 60 degrees at this hour. Roads a little damp, hauling a load of rebar out of Houston. Headed up to Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Be safe out there to all the listening family. Nancy, great show as always. God bless everyone. Say your prayers. All right. Promised we get to Eagle here. Morning, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm out here on the road right now, trying to deliver this load in the morning, and then trying to head back to Texas hopefully by Friday, so I can be ready for the race on Sunday. So hopefully I can make it back. So yeah, trying to get through all this traffic and stuff. But Steve, I want to talk about the trucking industry situation. I might call back in later to talk about this ICE deal, ICE enforcements that's going on, these protests with these losers again. But I wanted to talk about trucking company that's in the news right now. They got a very bad reputation for screwing truck drivers. And there's a guy on TikTok, and there's another guy, or the same guy making TikTok and YouTube videos about this company. And people need to know that this place is not a good place to drive. Yeah, they got good looking trucks and everything. You know, they drive nice trucks, but driving a nice truck is not going to make you money. And this company is a lease program, which is nothing but a scam. You know, you talked about it over the last couple of weeks that the government is trying to stop this lease deal because you're not an owner operator. You're just a company driver that's making a truck payment. That's all you are. And that's in the company. They just use you to pay for that truck. Now this company is called Hurricane Trucking Company out of what the hell, Arkansas. They come out of Arkansas. Wait a minute, no, Oklahoma. They come out of Oklahoma, and they drive Peterbilt trucks. You know, very nice trucks with lights all over them. They got the lighted trailers, lighted trucks. Lights all over the truck. You know, you look good while you're riding, but you don't look so good on Friday afternoon when you get your paycheck and it's about $300, $400 after they don't deduct it, all the money out of your paycheck from truck payment, fuel costs, insurance, and whatever else these crooks decide to take from you. Now this guy here, they got a guy who has filed a lawsuit against Hurricane because I've never heard of a situation like this, but apparently Hurricane makes up their own rules. This guy had a medical emergency at his home or something where he had to go to the hospital, and Hurricane sent somebody to pick up the truck and take it back to the facility. And he claims that somebody told him that he would have a job when he got out of the hospital. And turns out that was a lie. When he got out of the hospital, he didn't have a job, nor did he have a truck. And they also put an abandonment on his record. And he's upset about it. He filed a lawsuit. He said, "How the hell can I have an abandonment when I was in the hospital for the medical emergency? There's no way I could return the truck to Oklahoma." But they put that abandonment on his record. So now this guy has a lawsuit against him. Another situation that I've heard about is I don't know if they can do it. I've never heard of it. I've been driving 25 years, but apparently Hurricane or some companies have the technology to turn off your truck, to disable your truck to where you can't drive it. This guy here, he had went on home time, and apparently he didn't come back when he was supposed to, or so they felt like he didn't come back. And when he got ready to leave, he went out to the truck, turned the key on ignition, the key wouldn't fire, the truck wouldn't fire up. So he said that Hurricane apparently has some kind of technology where they can disable a vehicle. I don't know how they do it because I've never drove a truck where the company headquarters can stop you from operating the truck. But they do that. And this guy here, he makes videos. I'm not going to mention the guy's name on the radio, the owner of this company, but he has a very bad reputation for rip and drive, people not getting their money, their last paychecks after you don't work for them no more. You can just about be guaranteed you're not going to receive your last paycheck. And I know a guy that he makes YouTube. I've talked to him several times, and he's already told me that there's very few people who have the title in their hand after doing business with that guy. When you do business with him, you got at least a 75 to 80% chance that you'll never see that title to that truck that you so-called paying for. So, just a warning for people. And it's not just his company. All the lease programs are nothing but a scam, Steve, and you know that, and other people know it. And hopefully the government will put a stop to it, leasing these trucks, because there's a few people that own these trucks, but you can bet your last dollar they paid more than what that truck was worth when it was all said and done. Yeah, they might eventually get the title, but I guarantee you they probably paid double what the damn truck was worth. Now I'm gonna go ahead and talk about this situation with the ICE people right quick, because I may not be able to get back in later on, about what I've seen over the weekend. Now, okay, I was looking at a video earlier today, Steve, and you probably can see it yourself. Guy out in Portland, Oregon, was harassing the police. I told you that's what they do. They go to the ICE facility And they're like, they have nothing else to do with their life. I know I can figure out something else to do with my life than stand out in front of an ICE facility all night long, harassing police and state troopers and the other individuals all night. My life is more, I got way more important thing to do than that. Okay, this guy was raising all kind of hell, calling them guys every name in the book. And anybody, these are human beings. These are not robots. These military. Nobody's going to stand there and allow somebody to call you every name in the book and cuss you and continue on doing that. And this guy felt like he could do that. And one of the officers went up on him and told him to shut up, get quiet. And he got up in the officer's face. The officer pushed him to the ground. And as a result, he started putting up a fight, and about 5 or 6 of those guys jumped on him and grabbed him, and one on each arms and the legs, and they carried him into the facility. And now they got people out in Portland saying that the police are too aggressive with these individuals. Like I said before, if he would have just think about it, it's very simple to solve this situation, Steve. If the guy would have been at home in his bed like he was supposed to be, at his home with his family, if he has one, guess what? He wouldn't have never got arrested by the police that night. But it's too hard for those people to figure out. So I don't feel sorry for these people to get exactly what they deserve because like I said, they won't pay me enough money to be one of those police or one of those ICE agents, because I'd be damned if I'm gonna let somebody stand up and cuss me and call me every name in the book, somebody I don't even know, just because I'm doing my job. So like I said before, they got more values than I do, because I promise you I wouldn't put up with it. So like I said, and I don't blame none of those guys for doing exactly what they did to that guy. And you're going to see these scenes taking place all over America in the next couple of months, probably, because in Chicago, these same losers are going up to these ICE facilities and causing a disturbance. And like you've said before, and other people said, Steve, they only show you the second part of the story. They never show you what this person did. If you turn on CNN and MS, they always show you with the police grabbing the guy, putting him in handcuffs, putting him in the back of a van or a car or something. They never show you what led up to that guy. You think the police just going and grabbing somebody and throwing them on the ground and putting them in handcuffs and throwing them in the back of a damn van? That guy did something to aggravate those guys to make him do that. And I hope people will start to realize that, and realize that all this could be solved. Like I'm going to repeat myself one more time. If you stay at home and mind your own business, guess what? You won't be arrested by the police. And I thank you for taking my call.
Very good. Thank you, Eagle. Have a great morning. I'll be back in 2.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Meanwhile, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy this past day said the anti-fascist movement Antifa is organizing another No King's Day protest set for Saturday, apparently. This is part of Antifa, paid protesters, says Duffy. It begs the question, who is funding this? Yeah, Democrats want to wait for a big rally of a No Kings protest, when the bottom line is, who's running the show in the Senate? Duffy said this proves Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is not in charge of his party. The No Kings protesters or organizers are running the show. Is AOC threatening a primary against Schumer? Is she running the show? Referring to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, about 2,000 No Kings demonstrations took place around the country back on June 14, which was the same day as the military parade marking the Army's 250th anniversary. It was also President Trump's 79th birthday. The protest, they say, being organized by the Indivisible Project, led by one Ezra Levin and Leah Greenberg. It created in 2016 after Trump won his first presidential election. Of course, just last month, Trump designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. Most media outlets try to say, well, Antifa is a leaderless movement. It's a decentralized, it's a loose collection of groups, networks, individuals. Others are saying it is a well-funded, as we discussed last evening, a well-funded to the tune of millions of dollars organization, much of which is being paid for by representatives of the Chinese Communist Party trying to stir up divisiveness and chaos in the United States. What do you say, Pepe?
Yes, sir. It was 250 years ago yesterday for the Navy. Guess we failed to mention it last night.
I did. I apologize.
I didn't think about it. Hey, did you? No worries. Steve, did you see all these anti-ICE protesters were going nude?
What's the significance? Yeah, stripping down, laying down in the streets or whatever. I don't.
Yeah, that's who they are, Steve. They're wackos, man. I'll tell you what, man. I don't know if you ever had to fight a naked man or not, but it ain't fun. There's really not a whole lot to grab onto. I've been there, did it, time.
Okay.
Yeah, real. Yeah, Steve. I mean, what Eagle was talking about. Well, let's break this down real easy. The definition of like disorderly conduct, right? If you cause a disturbance in a public place, you're challenging somebody to a fight using inflammatory language, inciting violence, right? That's disorderly conduct. Now, if you do the same conduct that I just mentioned, and you're trying to get 4 or more people to engage in this disturbance, that constitute a riot in Ohio.
Okay.
So if you're the one running your jibs and trying to get everybody else to run their jibs to cause a disturbance, and there's 4 other people, you make the 5th person, that is now a riot. And you start getting into aggravated rioting, when you start causing property damage or physical harm to property or persons, and you're up in the ante in degree of offense. But so obviously, what we're seeing is a lot of people attempting to cause a riot that haven't been arrested and haven't been accountable for their actions, and I think that's going to start changing. One thing I never understood is when you see the police holding the line and you got these protesters right up in their face, I don't understand why you would allow somebody to get into your space like that. You don't let somebody get that close to you. They spit on you, they go to jail. They attempt to throw down on you, they go to jail. It's that simple. Let's get into China here a little bit. I think I kind of agree with Grump that I don't think China wants a nuclear war or Russia. That doesn't benefit them in the least.
Mm-hmm.
See, what they are trying to do, they're trying to crush the United States economically. And
which kind of, hold the thought there, which that would kind of defy logic to me, because without us, they have nothing. But we'll be back with more on that. TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I met with some of the hostage families and how hard this was for them for the last 2 years. There's not a Jew across the world who didn't feel personally impacted by the events of October 7th. And these 20 that were released, never knowing if they would get that day.
ABC's The View is giving President Trump credit for the Israel-Hamas peace deal. Co-host Alyssa Farah Griffin.
If this peace deal holds, which I pray that it does, it's historic. It is a massive diplomatic achievement, and I think the whole world can breathe a sigh of relief.
She said the whole world can breathe a sigh of relief. Even the more liberal hosts agree that Trump's deal makes a historic breakthrough for peace in the Middle East. Some airports are blocking a video from TSA checkpoints that lays the blame for the government shutdown squarely on Democrats.
We will continue to do all that we can to avoid delays that will impact your travel. And our hope is that Democrats will soon recognize the importance of opening the government.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the refusal of Congress to fund the government is disrupting operations. Airports in Seattle, Portland, Phoenix, Buffalo, Westchester, New York have all refused to show it, with officials calling the message political or inappropriate. Critics say this is just another example of silencing the truth. Visitors to Washington, D.C. are reacting with disappointment after new closures related to the ongoing federal shutdown.
The Smithsonian closed the National Zoo and all of its museums yesterday after running out of reserve funding. The zoo saw a surge of traffic on Saturday as visitors tried to squeeze one last look at the animals before it shut down. The closure of the facilities is expected to impact a variety of D.C. businesses, including the food trucks that normally crowd the area around the National Mall. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed sharply higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 587 points. The S&P 500 rose 102 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 490 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Because of the nor'easter and the state of emergency, the Columbus Day Parade has been canceled.
The annual Columbus Day Parade in New York City was canceled today.
And it's all because of the nor'easter, which is bringing heavy rain and strong wind gusts as well as coastal flooding. The Columbus Citizens Foundation says the parade will not be rescheduled. New York Governor Kathy Hochul issued a state of emergency for New York City because of the storm. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Pinellas County, Florida starts taking applications for federal grants to assist survivors of last year's hurricanes.
Pinellas commissioners designed a plan to help survivors of Debbie, Helene, and Milton based on community input. Chairman Brian Scott says they're moving the money out as fast as they can.
Get money in people's hands by Christmas, let them start rebuilding, let them start recovering.
Disaster relief and homeowner reconstruction and rehab programs are tied to income levels. There are also programs to help landlords if they provide affordable housing. Pinellas County will start taking applications next Monday from residents outside the city of St. Petersburg. Gordon Bird, Clearwater.
A former student is in custody after allegedly stabbing 3 staff members at a private special education school in the L.A. area.
The stabbing happened at about 8:40 this morning at Switzer Learning Center in Torrance. 2 of the victims were taken to a hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The 3rd victim was treated at the scene. Police say the student also tried to stab a 4th staff member before fleeing. The student is also accused of making a bomb threat toward the school. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, closing out a Monday, a Tuesday coming our way, 14th day of October. And hello to Gilligan. Good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Under the stars in Greensboro, North Carolina. 56 degrees. All right, keep it shiny side up. Drummer Girl checks in. Good morning, all. 58, a little drizzle in Northeast Philly. And there's Gary. Good morning, Steve. All the overnight crew. Happy Taco Tuesday. All right, let me get back. Pappy, thanks for hanging in there.
Thanks for rolling me over, Steve. Appreciate it. What China's trying to do is get the world to buy China. We've heard about this BRICS organization that China has organized. All these other countries. Their goal is to get away from the U.S. dollar, to stop using the U.S. dollar as the main currency. And Steve, if that happens, the dollar is worth nothing. You think inflation is bad now? So that's he even came out when he came out and said, "Hey, we're no longer going to sell the United States rare earth minerals," and telling all the other countries that they now need to buy rare earth minerals from China in Yang, is it China's currency? That's why all these BRICS nations started stocking up on gold, Steve. That's why the price of gold is going through the roof. The world's trying to get back to the gold standard, and we're not. So that's their goal. Steve, everything that we're seeing in the streets right now is a direct result from China. We've talked about this till we're blue in the face over the years. We kind of lost, with everything going on, right? We kind of took our eye off the big picture here. The big picture is China. They infiltrated our whole country. And it all started with the education system. Brainwashing a whole population of young people that America is bad and what America was founding on was bad. The founding fathers were bad. They were slave owners. They used these tactics, right? That's why back when they were tearing down all the monuments and the statues, America's bad. We need a democratic socialist country. Do away with the way America is. They infiltrated big tech. Steve, I heard something the other day, the government even, we think spies in our own government, the banks, talking about this digital currency. I heard somebody was talking about China's influence on Hollywood, that they own like 70% of Hollywood. Nothing gets produced out of there without China's okie dokie. Think about that. So, Steve, they don't think like us neither. Their mindset is totally not like ours. China don't care, Steve. I'm telling you, man. They don't care. Millions of their people end up dying due to starvation or whatever. They don't care. They will sacrifice millions because they got how many? At least a billion.
Yeah.
I mean, they got a thing that their leader has to worry about, possibly, is their military leaders. They might try to step in and do something. But then again, who do you get in as a result? Is it going to be somebody worse? Steve, they're flat out communism, man. Well, they're called the Chinese Communist Party. And I'm telling you, Grump, don't underestimate their military, man. I said it a week or so ago that nobody can match our fighters, which is true. They can only kind of create the generic brand, so to speak. But these supersonic missiles they got are a big threat. A big threat to our aircraft carriers over out there. I'm just saying, don't underestimate them. I heard some, quote, expert generals talking about one of the reasons that China might go into Taiwan is obviously to get all the chips and everything. But another reason is, like I said, they don't think like us. That them going into Taiwan would boost their patriotism, so to speak, in the country, right? They don't need somebody to attack them like we did on September the 11th. I mean, look at the days and weeks after 9/11, what happened to America, man. We all came together. There was a flag flying on every doorstep. They don't need an attack. Their excuse for doing all this is this was China's land, and we're just taking it back. That's all they need. To rally the Chinese citizens to support any landings on Taiwan. And I said it before, when you create the chaos, everything going on our streets right now, everything going on worldwide right now. Just got this peace deal over here. Everybody's kind of clapping hands and feeling good. And Steve, I'm telling you, that's when they strike. We could all be, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying I would not put it past them. And 2 weeks from now, we're all talking about Taiwan, and this whole Israel thing just went out the window. Did you see Carmela? She was doing her book tour, and she got hackled. Did you see that?
I did not, no.
Yeah, she's doing this book tour. She's in this auditorium. And I guess there was some Palestinians calling her a warmonger. You know what her comment back was to them as they were dragging him out of there? I'm not the president. That was her response. I'm not the president. Go hackle him. He just made peace over there. All this happened during the Biden administration. So that's why, they don't own up, take no responsibilities. Well, what are the Palestinian protesters going to do now, Steve, that they were calling him Hitler and all this?
Right.
And man goes around. makes all this peace happen. Now, still confused on this whole Russia-Ukraine thing. I think I made a comment a couple months ago. Things aren't resolved here. I'm telling you, Russia, I think Russia's hurting. Don't get me wrong. Grump's right. Russia's hurting. But I don't think they're hurting as bad as Steve. They could stomp on Ukraine. If they wanted to, they could have stomped and flat out took that whole country. And it's possible that still could happen if they come in from the north up there. We'll see how things escalate here. I don't know, man. You got Trump talking about selling Tomahawk missiles. Man, I hope he knows what he's doing, Steve, because all this escalation. It's like two guys out in the street just got out of the bar yelling at each other, right? Keeps escalating until somebody throws a punch. We'll see what happens. I appreciate you taking the call. Just beautiful weather, Steve, we're having. Just absolutely gorgeous, man. Next couple of days are going to be just peachy. I think they are talking a little bit of rain over the weekend, nothing crazy, but to get out there on these. You ever been down to Brown's Family Farm out there on 128?
I have, and there's the one we usually go to is the one just down the road from it. I can't remember what the name of that one is, but right next to the Stricker's Grove.
Yeah, that's Brown's.
Is that Brown's? Okay.
Yeah. You got Nolan's farm, too. Yeah, every once in a while, some of their cattle got out. We had another cow. I think he told you about a year ago, a couple cows got in. We had another one running around out there a couple of weeks ago. We got hit, didn't kill it, but then you got a couple smaller ones right up in Ross there. But if you get a chance, go out, check Brown's out. They got a lot of good stuff out there. So, all right, bud. Appreciate you taking the call. Everybody hammer down. Be safe. Watch your six. Appreciate it, Steve.
Thank you very much. All right, there you go, Pappy. Have a good morning. I got a little more information about the massive Tennessee explosion over the weekend, where they have identified the 16 who were killed. Investigators promising a painstaking process to figure out what happened by finding pieces of evidence that they say may actually now be miles apart. News conferences passed. Humphreys County Sheriff Chris Davis said people in the tight-knit community probably at least knew relatives of the victims killed in the explosion Friday morning. Company supplies and researchers explosives for the military, a well-known employer in that area. But it's a small county, rural America, where everybody knows each other and everybody's going to take care of each other, according to the sheriff. Even as people turned up to Sunday worship services to process their grief, one congregation was mourning the loss of their pastor in the explosion. All right. Another victim had dreamed of paying off her home, keeping it in the family. So her daughter began fundraising after the explosion, one of several fundraisers for families who lost loved ones. The sheriff, Humphreys, and Hickman counties read off the names of the victims at the news conference this past day. But they tell us that initial blast was felt for more than 20 miles, leaving that smoldering wreck of twisted, charred metal and burned out vehicles. Authorities said that they're still working to clear out the area of hazards, including explosives, and identifying remains. Once the area is clear, they say, authorities can start investigating what caused the explosion. So they're not even into that phase yet, according to the acting special agent in charge of the BATF. Yeah, some of the relevant evidence, he says, is literally spread out over miles. It's almost like putting a puzzle back together. We've worked closely with AES to look at pictures, look at blueprints, any of the identifying things that were in the building, and then we slowly, methodically start to put some of that stuff together. Yeah, of course, this plant is in a heavily wooded area of Middle Tennessee, a 1,300-acre complex made up of 8 different specialized production buildings and a lab. It straddles the Hickman and Humphreys County line in the unincorporated Bucksnort, Tennessee. On the website, the company says they adhere to rigorous safety and security standards, but it says an entry-level job at Accurate Energetic Systems paid somewhere between $19 and $21 an hour, depending on which shift the worker would be on. The job requires only a high school diploma and some mechanical aptitude, making them better paid than jobs with similar education requirements. Creighton University economist Ernie Goss said being able to avoid a long commute to a larger city would have made this job more attractive. Dixon's half an hour away, Nashville's an hour away for people to try and drive to work, plus the pay may have been higher because of the nature of the work. When you put it all together, though, those jobs were pretty desirable in the sense that those workers should have been compensated for the very danger that they worked in day in and day out. All right, 22 past the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, rolling into a Tuesday. Trust your week's off to a good start here. Coming up in a bit, more details under industry headlines. We've had lots of discussion about cargo theft, which continues to grow rampantly, exponentially around the country. And according to the American Transportation Research Institute, they're saying it may be far greater than we even know. Much of the nation's cargo theft may actually be hidden from sight, they say, kept off the books intentionally by trucking companies trying to control costs. we will explain how that works. Again, coming up here, let's head on down to Florida. Check in with Philip this early Tuesday. Morning.
Morning, buddy. Yeah, sometimes it's cheaper just to keep it off the books than it is to deal with the insurance. What do you think?
You nailed it.
I think that's what as far as that goes.
The insurance. That's it.
You know, if you can keep it off the books and cover the cost yourself and take care of your customer with the claim, it's a lot easier to deal that than it is to turn it into your insurance and have your insurance go up and all kinds of other stuff. So there's a lot of companies that do that, and big companies, I imagine so. But yesterday was a pretty good day for SpaceX, man. They got the Starship off, and then they got a Falcon 9 off. They did it all within an hour of each other, so kudos to them. Well, did you see any of that stuff, Steve?
I did not. I didn't even think to do a check on the Starship. So how did that go? That's because that was the launch in Texas, correct?
Yes. It was the last launch of their Block 2 stuff, and it was the last launch from that launch pad they're using now. That launch pad number 1 is actually going to be redone, and they're going to go in and make it like the other one that's sitting beside it that's almost done. So next time you see a Starship flight, it's going to be off the other pad. It's not going to be off the one it's been going off of. They're going to redo the OLM, the orbital launch mount. They're redoing part of the service structure. They're changing everything on it and updating it to the new stuff. He's actually figured out a way to standardize everything, and that's actually the same thing they're building here in the Cape. So Texas will be identical to Cape Canaveral. You know, they're cooking right along. They did good. They got what they needed done. They got their booster back, and they landed it in the Gulf, and then they got the orbiter up to where it needed to be. And it looks like you're on break time. You want me to hold on?
Yeah, we're about 60 seconds away here, but I was just doing a quick pull up of the headlines, and yeah, it looks like SpaceX, some of the headlines, SpaceX hits key milestones in the Starship mega rocket's 11th test flight. Let's see, another win for SpaceX. From space.com, SpaceX launches giant Starship rocket for Moon and Mars on its 11th test flight. So undoubtedly, we'll get maybe some of the highlights as they are indeed making progress there. All right. Round the country as we kick off a brand new day. Taco Tuesday, right? Or Knucklebuster likes to call it Totally Terrific Tuesday. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. ABC's The View is giving President Trump credit for the Israel-Hamas peace deal. Co-host Alyssa Farah-Griffin.
If this peace deal holds, which I pray that it does, it's historic. It is a massive diplomatic achievement, and I think the whole world can breathe a sigh of relief.
She said the whole world can breathe a sigh of relief. Even the more liberal hosts agree that Trump's
$100 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medishare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. Whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with, here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
At Tel, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret of affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I had all but forgotten that they were going to do the next Starship test this past day. So as Philip mentioned, let me see. Said today's test flight marked the end of a short but stunning redemption arc for this version of Starship, dubbed version 2 or V2. Every major objective of the flight test was achieved yesterday, providing valuable data as we prepare for the next generation of Starship and Super Heavy. After 3 times exploding mid-flight earlier this year, Starship soared through its key goals Monday, including deploying mock satellites, relighting its engine while in space, repeating feats first achieved during their first fully successful test run back in August. But V2's comeback is far from the full story. SpaceX has a long way to go before it's ready to fly real satellites, much less land NASA astronauts on the moon. Before Starship can get there, they need to carry out similarly successful, perhaps more challenging test flights of version 3, which is a scaled-up version. The focus now turns to the next generation of Starship and Super Heavy, with multiple vehicles right now in active build, preparing for tests. The next iteration will be used for the first Starship orbital flights, operational payload missions, propellant transfer, and more as we look to fully and rapidly reuse a vehicle with service to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond. So I guess the big one is propellant transfer. That's a key piece of the puzzle for SpaceX because of its enormous size and design. Starship has to be topped off with fuel as it's actually in Earth orbit in order to reach the Moon, a feat that has never been done before. But that's the plan, apparently. So that's going to be, that's a big task, huh?
Yes, it is. Basically, what they're going to do is they're going to take one vehicle and invert it and put it on the top of the other vehicle, and they'll hook up together 4 points. And the fuel will be transferred between those 4 points into the other vehicle, is what they're going to do. And that's their plans.
Wow.
If they can do it where they can get fuel transfer, they can fly a tanker up, tanker will top them off, and then they can go where they need to go. They can also, the deal with Mars, they can actually elongate the trip that way by having tankers staged out in certain areas. And then when the ship going to Mars actually gets to certain points, they'll have fuel already waiting for it to be there, to get there.
Uh-huh.
Same way in bringing it back from Mars. They can get off of the planet, get back to a certain point. They can have a waypoint where they can have a ship there, refuel, make it to the next ship, so on and so forth. The only thing is the people in the tanker, they're going to be the different situation. But then again, it might be an autonomous tanker. See, and that's another thing that people aren't really looking at with the big picture with this. We're talking autonomous now. This vehicle is going to be fully autonomous. So it can fly itself. I mean, it can be taken over manually, but, it's expendable. Whereas if you lose the ship after refueling a tanker, who cares? You can let it burn up out there, do whatever it needs to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole point of this, a lot of stuff going autonomously, to get the human out of this situation. Did you ever think, Steve, we will not go to Mars to begin with? Those robots will be out there on Mars checking it out before we even step into that place. So, I mean, it's a lot of thinking, and a lot of man, some of the stuff they've got planned is crazy stuff. They actually built a facility here in Florida at Cape Canaveral that makes the tiles on the outside of that Starship, and they are making 1,000 tiles a day right now, but they want to up it to 7,000. That's what they were saying in the broadcast yesterday, that they're making 1,000 a day, the thermal tiles that go on the outside of that. And if they can get their production up, they're actually baking them in a kiln like an oven and making these tiles down here. It's a big deal. And the version 3 is going to be even better. It's actually going to be taller, Steve. That booster that you see that comes back, that thing is going to be 2 sizes bigger. I mean, it's going to have 2 stages in the center of it that are added, plus the hot staging ring, which is that ring that comes between the Starship itself and the booster, is now going to be part of the booster. They have integrated it to where they can keep using it all the time. I mean, each booster will have its own hot staging ring mounted in it. I mean, they're just getting longer and further with their, what their engineering is doing. It's pretty neat stuff. So we just have to keep on it, keep an eye on it at the Cape, because this thing is, if it goes out, the Cape is going to be, they're going to be building 2 more of those pads at the Cape, just north of 39A and 39B. That's in the plans. And the Falcon 9 program is going to keep going too. They are not letting up on that. They're actually going to be landing the rockets right beside the pads they take off on the Falcon 9. That's the eventual plan for those guys. And then you got Bezos with Blue Origin. That's going to be more towards the end of the month, the way it's looking now. They've moved their second rocket out, and they've still got to get it stood up and get everything going where they need to do some wiring and that kind of thing, putting things together. And it'll be the end of the month for Blue Origin. And those satellites that went up last night for Falcon 9, they were actually Jeff Bezos' satellites that are eventually going to be launched on that Blue Origin rocket. So pretty neat stuff, Steve. We'll see how it rolls, but that's all I pretty much got today, buddy. I appreciate your time, and y'all have a safe day. Thank you.
All right. Great to hear from you. Fascinating. Yeah, refueling in space. Yeah, they've got their work cut out for them, don't they? All right. The rest of the story on much of the nation's cargo theft may be actually being kept off the books. New data from the American Transportation Research Institute reveals that more than 2/3 of all motor carrier cargo theft incidents are valued below $50,000, meaning a significant share actually falls below typical deductibles. This financial threshold, combined with the fear of escalating premiums, leads over 40% of motor carriers to avoid reporting all theft incidents to their insurance companies. Ben Banks, president of trucking and logistics company TCW, says, unfortunately, we've reached a point where cargo theft has become a standard cost of doing business for trucking companies. Consumers ultimately footing the bill for many billions of dollars in losses. Something has to be done to stop these costly crimes. The Transportation Research Institute's new research on cargo theft puts real-world numbers to the issue and will hopefully motivate stakeholders to act quickly on solutions. Recent data on losses due to cargo theft across freight modes has been pegged at $15 to $35 billion annually. But ATRI's report, based on survey responses from 95 for-hire motor carriers, represented a total of nearly 90,000 trucks, as well as 28 logistics companies focused specifically on for-hire trucking. Survey results found that annual direct cost of cargo stolen from motor carriers in the U.S. ranged from $456 million to $937 million. Average loss per incident, $29,100. Yeah, loss per registered truck, $833 and some change. 31% of respondents that experienced theft indicated that their insurance deductible for cargo theft ranged from $10,000 to $49,999. Only 20% indicated deductibles in the range of $5,000 to $10,000. Given that nearly 70% of carriers reported an average value per theft of less than $50,000, a significant share of these incidents are below the carrier's deductibles, uncovered by insurance. Ultimately, with insurance costs rising, trucking companies will implement any available measure to try and stabilize or reduce these costs. Such measures include not reporting a cargo theft incident, particularly when it's lower value theft or can be handled without any insurance company involvement. The Transportation Research Institute summarized some of the research participants' suggestions on steps needed to address cargo theft, converting them into what they call action items. Foster a security culture across the supply chain. Train your drivers in theft prevention and situational awareness. Promote awareness and accountability to all staff. Provide support for driver vigilance, including tools for verifying authenticity of documents and reporting suspicious activity. Create a company-wide security mindset or security culture across the supply chain. Legislative provisions would include designating cargo theft as a distinct crime, graduated sentencing for cargo theft, a state task force or an advisory board. There was a whole bunch more of suggestions they had made, but not realizing there's apparently, even with the amount of cargo theft that is reported, potentially an exponentially larger amount is not reported annually.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal efficiency.
At Hotshot, share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hotshot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
A little bit earlier, got an email from the Michigan Man. Give us an update, he says, under the heading Successful Surgery. Good morning, Steve. Just wanted to let you and everyone know that my surgery on the jaw in August was a total success. Had a checkup last week and got the all clear. So good to be rid of the pain. And I want to say thank you for all the prayers everyone gave, and I so greatly appreciate it. I've been out enjoying this beautiful weather before it goes to heck in a handbasket, you know what I mean? Everybody have a good night, a safe week from the Michigan Madman. And he said, oh, by the way, I had a good finish tonight in my iRacing League. Didn't receive any suspensions or probation, which for the Michigan Madman, that is a success, right? All right, under the heading just in. Now, this past evening, they say President Trump confirms he has been approached by multiple wealthy countries who will pitch in to rebuild Gaza. Wow, okay, that was fast. Yeah, they want to help in the reconstruction of Gaza, putting up whatever money is necessary. Now, I said it's not much compared to the wealth of these countries. But Gaza's reconstruction requires it to be demilitarized and that a new, honest civilian police force must be allowed to create a safe condition for the people in Gaza. We're going to make sure the Middle East is safe and secure. It is a very important place in the world. All right, that's... are they talking maybe some of those other Middle East countries? I'm assuming the wealth of countries like Qatar and, Saudi Arabia. Yeah, some are wealthy. It depends on who you are. The sheiks are worth billions of dollars, but there's a lot of people that struggle to get by there as well. I guess it's like that in many areas around the world. All right, we did touch on this Friday morning, I believe it was. In case you were not with us, let me pass it your way again, because many of our listeners have already had some issues with this. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration has again extended the waiver intended to help states maintain compliance with the new federal guidelines for medical certification of commercial drivers. Back in June, they announced they'd be implementing the new guidelines outlined in the Medical Examiner's Certification Integration Rule. Under the new regulations, medical examiners are required to electronically submit results from your physical to the FMCSA and state licensing agencies within 24 hours of said exam. This eliminated the need for drivers to carry a paper copy of their medical certification card. By July, all but 12 states had implemented the new regulations, they say. And at that time, they issued a waiver that allowed CDL holders to continue to use paper copies of their medical examiner certificate as proof of their medical certification for up to 15 days after the date the certificate was issued. I guess they were assuming that in some of these states where they were not able to get it downloaded electronically within 24 hours, that in 15 days, surely they could get it done. According to the FMCSA, the waiver was provided so drivers with valid medical certification and their employers are not negatively impacted for delays beyond their control as states continued the transition to the new rule. That was, it was set to expire on October 12th. Over a month after the original waiver was issued, the same 12 states still not compliant, prompting the agency to issue a modified version of the waiver that would allow drivers to use a paper copy of their certificate now for up to, rather than 15 days, it is 60 days after your exam. So the modified version bought drivers an additional 45 days. The expiration date for the waiver did not change. Now is the original waiver. nears the expiration date, which it now has, there's still states that are non-compliant with the new regulations. And you guessed it, it's the same 12 states. So late last week, it was actually Thursday, the FMCSA issued another waiver that would allow drivers to continue the use of the paper copy of your medical card for up to 60 days after the exam. That new waiver went into effect this past day. It is slated to expire on January the 10th of next year, and I can't help but wonder, will those same 12 states be up to par on the regulations by that point in time? All righty, about a minute before news break. So coming up, Knucklebuster will be checking in. Hey, Mike, looks like Eagle back on board as well. So hang in there. Room for you if you'd like to chime in at 844-3388. And let me see here. Pappy wanted to chime in a few more sentiments. He's in regard, I guess, with his discussions about Grump. He said, don't get me wrong. Yeah, Grump's highly educated on all that we talk about. I agree with 90% of what he has to say. However, to say Russia, all they have is oil, not correct. They are the world leader in rare earth minerals. Their country has more than any other. That's why NATO has this whacked-out plan to engage Russia in war, destroy them economically, and take control of all their rare earth resources. Believe that, he says. All righty, thank you much. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
At Tel, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tel at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former President Bill Clinton is grateful that Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire.
The former president released a statement on X applauding the deal as well as the release of 20 living hostages, while also noting that the Trump administration deserves great credit for keeping everyone engaged until the agreement was reached. Clinton's statement comes after Trump, as well as the leaders of Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey, held an official signing ceremony for the Gaza peace plan today. Now Clinton is looking for lasting peace that provides
provides for the dignity and security of both Palestinians and Israelis. I'm Chris Carangio.
The federal government shutdown continues with little signs of progress to end it. Furloughed federal employee Charles Davis says he wants lawmakers to reach an agreement so he can get back to work.
I am the primary source of income for my household. So to cut out, 60% of our gross income is significant.
The Senate has held 7 votes on Democratic and Republican plans for short-term funding, but all have failed. More than half a dozen airports are refusing to display a new video targeting Democrats for the government shutdown.
The video features DHS Secretary Kristi Noem saying Democrats in Congress refuse to fund the federal government, and because of this, many of our operations are impacted. She added, "Our hope is that Democrats will soon recognize the importance of opening the government." Officials at several of the nation's airports, among them Buffalo, Westchester County, Cleveland, Los Angeles, Seattle, Portland, and Phoenix, have all opted not to play the video at TSA checkpoints. Some cited the political nature of the video as the reason for their decision. Liz Warner, New York.
Wall Street closed sharply higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 587 points. The S&P 500 rose 102 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 490 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The Alaska National Guard responded to emergency flood conditions created by former Typhoon Halong in southwestern Alaska.
Some people remain missing in the region due to the severe weather. Up to 60 Guard members are activated to assist with storm response operations. State officials say the Guard is one of more than a dozen agencies involved in the disaster response. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Authorities have identified the 16 people killed in last week's blast at a Tennessee explosives plant. Humphreys County Sheriff Chris Davis read off the names today.
That's the names of our 16 souls that we're still trying to take care of and their families.
The people were killed when the blast ripped through the Accurate Energetic Systems plant. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee toured the site on Sunday, saying the loss is staggering. The ATF is among the agencies looking for the causes of that explosion, which currently remains unknown. A new study published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine says your walking pace does matter.
The research found that walking at an average or normal speed of 2 to 3 miles an hour was linked to a 15% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, and a brisk and striding speed doubled that percentage. Studies have also found that walking 15 minutes a day, 5 days a week, helps boost immunity and lessens cravings for sweets. Recent research found that walking 7,000 steps a day lowers the chance of heart disease by more than half, and walking after eating can help reduce heart disease risk, regulate blood glucose levels, and improve sleep quality. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
One of the final hooks of the 2025 season happened in Lancaster, Ohio, and some big names hold some big distances. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, I'm the voice of the NTPA Overnight Report, Greg Hunter. Region 2 is still pulling for the 2025 season, and the Classic Superstock started off a chilly Monday evening in Lancaster, and they did not disappoint. Of the 12 in the class, the top 10 all went over 300 feet. Finding their way on the podium was Jarek Simmons aboard Crushing It, going 315.1, which was good enough for third, just behind Eric Simmons in Midnight Squeeze and the 315.2. Neither were quite a match, though, for David Charles Spillman aboard Smokin' Ace and his 318.7. Moving over to light pro stock tractors, the distances were a little more spread out. The Boss with Tom Schaefer took third with 297. In second, Jordan Stroud at 321. And the top spot going to Kevin Banian on Forgiven with a very impressive 353, which was easily good enough for first. The two-wheel drive trucks brought out some big Grand National names like Sullivan, Petro, and Mayhill, just to name a few. The top 5 included Lucas William Heilman and his Buckeye Hooker 2 in 5th place, Donnie Sullivan with Big Stick in 4th. Third went to Kelly Nichols aboard One Fine Edge with a pull of 305. In second was Russ Nichols on the Edge, 306. However, Brent Seacrest seemed to have the Lancaster track figured out with his hook of 320.5. And for you non-math people, that's 14 feet on the rest of the field to take the win. Finishing out the evening were the Modifieds, and the field put some big numbers on the board. The top 5 included names like Caden Frey on Totally Freight in 5th, Todd Feist drove Snow Farmer into 4th, Galen Barja piloted the Rhino Ag Judge Next Generation into 3rd with a pull of 348, Terry Feist took the Feisty Farmer 353, which was good enough for 2nd, and Wayne Sullivan took his gorgeous Kentuckian on a glorious ride to 359 feet for yet another win in his storied career. There is one hook remaining on the 2025 schedule, and it happens in Raleigh, North Carolina. And if you love polling, it's a great way to end the season. 4 sessions over 3 days starting on Friday the 17th, running through Sunday the 19th. From minis to light pro stocks to modified and two-wheel drives, the finale of the 2025 season will not disappoint. If you can't be there in person, you can watch via Full Poll Live. And if you can't watch live, you can watch the NTPA Championship polling every week on RFD TV. New episodes premiere every Wednesday at 8:30 Eastern. This week, light mods and modifieds from Toma will be taking the track during the 2025 Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals. As the season is wrapping up, now is the time to gear up for the 2026 polling season at the NTPA shop, which is online now at shopntpa.com. Shirts, hoodies, hats, collectibles, all are now just a click away at shopntpa.com. Keep up with everything from the NTPA by going to ntpapoll.com. You can find schedules, results, apply for one of our many student scholarships, and so much more at ntpapoll.com. It's a one-stop shop for everything NTPA. And this last reminder, the last hook of the season happens in Raleigh, North Carolina, the weekend of the 17th. There are going to be 4 hooks over the course of 3 days, and you can watch now at fullpolllive.com. For the NTPA Overnight Report from the national headquarters of the National Tractor Pullers Association in Marion, Ohio, I'm Greg Hunter.
All right, officially a Tuesday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast there. Welcome in. So anybody keeping track? Well, what day are we into? Government shutdown. I guess this is what? Is it 13, 14? Speaker Mike Johnson of the House predicting this past day that this shutdown may become the longest in history, stating he will not negotiate with Democrats until they hit the pause on all these health care demands and reopen the government. standing alone at the Capitol on the 13th day of the shutdown. So this would be 14 days, right? Speaker said he's unaware of the details of the thousands of federal workers being fired by the Trump administration. It's a highly unusual mass layoff, widely seen as a way to seize on the shutdown to reduce the scope of government. Vice President J.D. Vance has warned of painful cuts ahead, even as the employee unions sue. But Johnson said, "We are barreling toward one of the longest shutdowns in American history. No end game is in sight. This is expected to roll on for the foreseeable future." Of course, halting routine government operations, shuttering Smithsonian museums and other landmark culture institutions, airports scrambling with flight disruptions, all injecting more uncertainty to a precarious economy. The House is out of legislative session. Johnson refusing to recall lawmakers back to Washington, while the Senate closed yesterday for the federal holiday, return today. But senators are stuck in a cul-de-sac of failed votes, Democrats refusing to relent on their health care demands. Johnson thanked President Trump for ensuring military personnel are paid this week, which removed one of the main pressure points that may have pushed the parties to the negotiating table. At the core, the shutdown is a debate over health care policy, and particularly the Affordable Care Act subsidies, Obamacare, that are expiring for millions of Americans who rely, they say, on the government aid to purchase their own health insurance policies on the Obamacare exchange. Democrats demanding those subsidies be extended. Republicans arguing this issue is something that can be dealt with later. With Congress and the White House stalemated, some are saying the end of the month may be the next potential deadline to reopen government. That's when open enrollment begins for health care programs that are at issue, November 1. And Americans will face the prospect of skyrocketing insurance premiums. The Kaiser Family Foundation estimated that monthly cost could double if they don't renew the subsidy payments that will expire on December 31. That's also when government workers on monthly pay schedules, including thousands of house aides, will indeed go without paychecks. The health care debate has dogged Congress, or dogged them, I should say, ever since the Affordable Care Act became law under Barack Obama in 2010. The country went through a 16-day shutdown during the Obama presidencies when Republicans tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act in 2013. Trump tried to repeal and replace the law, commonly known as Obamacare, during his first term in 2017. With the Republican majority in the House and the Senate, that effort failed when the then Senator John McCain memorably voted a thumbs down. With 24 million now enrolled in Obamacare, Johnson said this past day, Republicans are unlikely to go that route again. Noting he still has PTSD from that botched moment, can we completely repeal and replace Obamacare? Many of us are skeptical about that now because the roots are so deep. He insists his party has been willing to discuss the health care issue with the Democrats this fall before the subsidies expire at the end of the year. But first, he said, the Democrats have to agree to reopen the government. And by the way, if you'd lost track, the longest shutdown during Trump's first term over his demands for funds to build the U.S.-Mexico border wall ended in 2019 after 35 days. It is 844-844-3388. Well, what do you say, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers, and a totally terrific Tuesday to you. Isn't that why Obama was laughing at Trump told him at that funeral, I'm going to totally wipe your legacy completely out?
Right.
Might be. I don't know. Never know. Yep. So, correct me if I'm wrong. Haven't we been to the moon already, and we didn't need to refuel on the way there the first time?
That would be affirmative. I guess. Well, it was a different rocket, a different kind of mission, but.
Yeah, I'm really beginning to wonder, did they actually go there the first time? That's the biggest joke over there in Russia, that we've been to the moon there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think we have, but I don't know 100% because they didn't carry me with him, so I don't know for 100% fact that we've been to the moon, so, but I'll keep believing it until it gets proved otherwise there, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, cargo there. These people not ever heard about putting a lock on the back door seat. I see drivers out here all the time with a pink seal, or pink seals, green seals, red seals, everything else they can put on there, any different color seal they can come up with. But I don't ever see them putting locks on them back doors. Lock them. Lock keep an honest man honest, right?
So they say. I don't know if is there a lock that can't be cut? Is the big question.
Yeah, they make them, but you just have to pay for them. It's high dollar. Government buys them, but you may not want to. You may not want to buy one of them for just your tool shed out there. So,
right.
It might cost more than the tool shed, right? Yep. So, anyway, well, I'm in love again, Steve. I met that little strawberry blonde back there at the truck stop again. I got her name now. I'll be working on that phone number, Dick. So, she's not married, but I don't know. I take her on as a girlfriend, but I don't want to get married again yet. So I stay on that route there. And I didn't see my girlfriend on the corner over there with her shopping cart and her short skirt. So when I left over there this morning, so my daughter, she flew into Dallas yesterday afternoon, and she said her flight was uneventful. So that's the way I like it. Uneventful. I don't want to have to come down here and rescue you anyway. So, well, anchors away. Ain't that what them boys sing? I think them people that join the service there, and no matter which branch you join, you need to recognize them and at least say something on the air about them there. I know you got several people that are in the Navy, and you got a few that are in the Marine Corps too, right? So we'll do a simplified shout out to Truck and Fuel, Captain Ron, Donut Man, and all them other Marines out there. So I don't know, Steve. I'm fixing to go by this presidential Flick Willie Library over here in Little Rock. I need to give him a one finger salute. Oh, wait a minute. He was in the Navy saying that was a good thing Trump done. He wasn't like that dumbass Biden there trying to take credit for it, right?
Right.
Yeah, I can't believe Biden would even get on there and even say anything about that. So, well, other than congratulate Trump, but he ain't going to do that. So, well, I know one thing. This traffic out here is really cooled off. I guess they got a lot of them non-English speaking drivers off of the highway there, so I'm glad school started back. All these four-wheelers running around out here too. So I got a brochure in the mail the other day for a cruise, Steve. I told my daughters, I said, I'm about ready for one there. So I don't know. I'm trying to talk them into taking a Christmas cruise. That's the best time to go on Christmas when it's cold anyway, right?
Well, it's definitely not hurricane season.
Well, that's good. Yeah, no hurricanes and no ice. Well, ain't no ice down there in the Gulf anyway, not that I'm aware of. So, or go down there to the Caribbean there. So I told Horsefeller's asked me a question the other day, and I tried to call him back and answer. He won't know how come my picture showed up when I called him, picture of me on his phone. And if you go in your phone settings down there in the app, it'll allow you to show your picture and your caller ID and all that. Or I do it just in my contacts. So since Horsefellas is in my contacts, I can. He knows what I look like, and he was probably going, "Good God Almighty, how's that boy made it this far?"
Right.
Yep, I know that's right there. Hell, I don't need to wear a Halloween costume. I already am one there. I just, when's Halloween this year?
It's on a Friday, believe it or not.
Oh, well, that's pretty good. Well, at least most people will be off work Friday night there, so don't have to worry about staying up late and all that good stuff there. I guess if I'm not in, I'll have to turn my porch light off when I leave there for the week. Well, I won't get all that ringing my doorbell and the cat inside the house going crazy over somebody ringing the doorbell all the time. Steve, they're going to do something terrible to Ziggy.
Who's going to do something terrible?
Well, my daughter is, and the vet.
Oh.
They gonna go in there to his backside. Yeah, they're going to go in there to his backside and go snip, snip.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's fixing to become a gelding, so.
Oh, boy.
I said, well, yeah, I know that's right. He just don't know what's coming, does he? All right, Mr. Steve Sommers, when I go by this presidential library up here, I'll give old Slick Willie a one-finger salute there. So
tell him
y'all have a great morning. I'll keep calling in, and we'll call in that loneliest hour. It's 3:31. Oh, yeah, I got an hour and a half. So
Okay.
I'll almost.
Let Willie know he's number one, right?
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it here as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Got a Tuesday coming our way. Where are we at? 14th day of October. Hey, Steve Sommers' birthday eve. Right? Meanwhile, hey, Mike. It's not that day yet.
Well, yeah, we got I guess we'll have an important Mike tomorrow then, won't we?
What day is it? It's my birthday!
Anyway, yeah, that's right. We'll have to make sure we get in on that one then. Anyways, so, yeah, Knucklebuster was talking to me there, and I was looking for my Sharpie because I was going to draw his mustache and glasses and stuff on. Then I realized it was on the screen of my phone, and I was going to be writing on the screen of my phone with my Sharpie. But anyways, so all that nonsense. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't get a nasty email from 5-7 there, Chevy guy that we missed yesterday. Must be he wasn't in on the show yesterday either, because I'm sure he would have been up there saying, the 250th birthday for the Navy. And anyways, I guess we got a little sad news out of the Naval Academy. They actually had one of the people from there that I guess he was from New Jersey there, had something happen that caused him to no longer be with us. So I don't know. There's still investigation and stuff going on. So I don't know what the whole deal is, and they haven't released a whole lot about it. So, anyways, so real quick there, that deal you're talking about with the extension for the medical card for those 12 states there, that actually wasn't the problem that I had. My problem wasn't the fact that the people on the highway, doing inspections, officers and that wouldn't be able to see my medical card electronically. My problem was that the state didn't update it, and they actually suspended my CDL part. Mm-hmm. So really, I wasn't legal to be out here because my CDL had actually been suspended because the state hadn't updated my current medical card into their system. So it was actually showing that, if I'd gotten pulled over or had an inspection, that my license would have been suspended. It wasn't the fact that I didn't have a current medical card, but I don't know if they put a note in when they suspend my license that it's because of the medical card. Because from what I understand from the people that did the certificate for me, where I got my medical certificate updated at, is they said that, their information came right from the FMCSA that they had actually updated it correctly in their system. So it was in the federal government system correctly, but as I say, the state of Maryland couldn't be bothered to go and download it and make sure that my license stayed current and active. But anyways, I'll let you get there to your news there. We're at that point, so we'll chat at you later.
Okay, well, I was gonna let you hold on, but that's okay. Yeah, we can check back in, maybe in that loneliest hour. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. ABC's The View is giving President Trump credit for the Israel-Hamas peace deal. Co-host Alyssa Farah-Griffin.
If this peace deal holds, which I pray that it does, it's historic. It is a massive diplomatic achievement, and I think the whole world can breathe a sigh of relief.
She said the whole world can breathe a sigh of relief. Even the more liberal hosts agree that Trump's deal makes a historic breakthrough for peace in the Middle East. Some airports are blocking a video from TSA checkpoints that lays the blame for the government shutdown squarely on Democrats.
We will continue to do all that we can to avoid delays that will impact your travel. And our hope is that Democrats will soon recognize the importance of opening the government.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the refusal of Congress to fund the government is disrupting operations. Airports in Seattle, Portland, Phoenix, Buffalo, Westchester, New York have all refused to show it, with officials calling the message political or inappropriate. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what do we have? A couple of other industry headlines to share with you. It's about a year ago, the FMCSA had denied a request to exempt the autonomous trucking company from a regulation regarding the placement of warning devices. Recall that? Following that denial, Aurora filed lawsuit against the FMCSA, saying that decision stifles innovation and would impede the development of the autonomous trucking industry for no valid or lawful reason. Now, Aurora says the Department of Transportation has given it permission to use warning beacons mounted on the truck cab instead of traditional warning devices. Aurora also announced they plan to withdraw the lawsuit. Today, Aurora has received approval from the U.S. Department of Transportation to begin using cab-mounted warning beacons as an alternative to reflective triangles. The cab-mounted flashing lights indicate when a vehicle is stopped on the side of the road to warn other road users, which is similar to systems used by emergency and construction vehicles. It is a step forward for road safety. Now, they said a notice of an exemption has not yet been published in the Federal Register. Landline reached out for comment from the FMCSA. At press time, they had not yet heard back. But coming up, we'll delve into several times. Horse Feathers has asked, hey, do we ever get the results? We get the numbers as far as this year's International Road Check, the 3-day commercial blitz. Well, we got the results. Over the years, we've seen over 1.8 million roadside inspections. And they started this like back in 1988. This year's numbers, the breakdown across the board, we'll kind of dissect that coming up here in just a bit. Meanwhile, Eagle back on board, see what he's got on his mind. What's up, Eagle?
Yeah, okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
There you are. Yeah, go ahead, Eagle.
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I couldn't hear you. Okay, yeah, Steve, getting back to this situation with these ICE people around the U.S. I want to finish up what I was saying about that. Okay, now, when it comes to these Chicago and Memphis, they got people in Memphis now, and Memphis is real quiet now. They got I was in Memphis about a week or so ago, and they got certain areas where they got roadblocks and checkpoints, checking people, stopping cars, checking driver's licenses, seeing if you got warrants for your arrest. And if you do, you get detained right there on the spot. And that's the way it should be. Get these cities back under control in America, because it makes no sense, Steve, to talk about Chicago and talk about 30 people being shot in a weekend and shot this violence over the weekends and these holidays and stuff. It makes no sense for people to be gunned down like that. But we still do have a gun problem and a shooting problem in America. Just over the weekend in Mississippi. I was just in Mississippi a couple of days ago, and they had over 40 or 50 people get shot in 2 incidents, both by young people that were out of control with guns. Guy at a high school football game opened fire and shot over 20 people, and 4 people died, unnecessarily. These young people don't seem to, they don't solve their differences the way old, people used to back in the 80s and
right.
70s and 80s. I mean, it's like, they want to, the first thing, that's why I don't avoid these guys that, when you get into an altercation with one of the younger, first thing they will say, I'm going to my car to get my gun. And see, and they don't even care about the people in the crossfire. This is how stupid these people are. They could, be shooting you, trying to shoot you, and he fired a gun and semi-automatic gun, bullets going everywhere. He don't give somebody walking down the street minding their own business might get hit. He don't care. This is how stupid these people are nowadays. It's really sad that we live in a country, where people just don't have no regard for other people's lives, and go to a football game and just open fire and gun that 4 young people. They probably wasn't even older than 21 years old. They're dead now, and they weren't even involved in the situation. So that's why Trump and the U.S. I mean, that's why they're doing what they're doing, sweeping the U.S. and getting these people. And it all goes back to this, just to show you how we've talked about, to show you how stupid these people are, Steve. These people are actually protesting for people that are in the country illegally. They ought to be embarrassed and ashamed of themselves to be protesting for a man that's here illegally. at these ICE detention centers is really sad. You know, like I told you the first time I talked to you, these guys out there protesting. He wanted to see what was going on. He got him a first-hand view of what goes on in one of those facilities. They won't allow people to go in there with cameras in these different locations around the U.S. This protester that was he wanted to raise all kind of hell and talk trash to the ICE people, and he got exactly what he deserved. They took him inside, and we don't tell him what the hell happened to him while he was in there. But I could care less at this point, because it's almost like remember Steve, this what you seeing on TV with the videos. This is the type of stuff that you used to see on television. 10, 15, 20 years old going on in Europe and other countries. You said, and I remember saying to myself, God, I'm glad I don't live over there. We'll never have that type of stuff going on in the U.S., when I was younger. And now look what happened. Now we got this same nonsense going on with people on the street fighting against the military and other people. And, the only thing so that just goes to show you that just because you see it over there in Europe and China and some of these other countries, you say to yourself, it can never happen in the U.S. Well, it's happening, and these people need to be dealt with, because the number of trouble, like you said, the number of troublemakers, they're paid anyway. You always ask yourself this question, Steve: how can somebody? But I already know what the answer is. How can somebody stand outside all night long protesting and they have to go to work the next day? Well, the reason why they can is because they don't go to work the next day, right? Because they don't have a job. That's the reason why they stand outside all night long protesting, because they're nothing but losers. They don't have a job, and if they do, and the only source of money, if they do have any money coming in, is to find out who these individuals are that paying these people to do what they do. And then when they do find out who that individual is, they need to prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law for paying somebody to go out and protest. That's an embarrassment, to give somebody money to go out and be a troublemaker. So I had a guy ask me that the other day. Steve, he said, how can these guys stay up all night long protesting and then go to work the next morning? Your answer is they don't go to work the next morning. They don't have no job. They're what you call a loser, and they need to be behind bars where they belong. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, I mean, in most cases, their job is actually being out there protesting. If they're getting paid to protest, that's essentially their job. And we shared the numbers, something akin to $100 million donated by various individuals and these non-governmental organizations to put these rioters on the streets. All right, so Road Check 2025. As they do every year, the 2025 event revealed some shortcomings in equipment maintenance and inspection, as well as driver qualifications. Now, they said it's important to clarify the snapshot provided by the inspection results applies to the group of trucks and drivers inspected and cannot be credibly used for conclusions about all trucks on the highway. For example, the 2025 event, 30,060 units received level 1 inspections, 7,289 vehicles placed out of service, 1,706 drivers placed out of service. Some quick math shows that 24.2% of vehicles failed, 5.7% of drivers. But a vehicle or a driver can have more than one out of service condition, and many do, which makes the percentages inaccurate. Another mistake would be to apply out of service rates to all commercial motor vehicles, as some media outlets do every year. For example, out of the 44,435 vehicles inspected, 3,304 were placed out of service for brake violations. That's a rate of about 7.4%. Does that mean 7.4% of trucks on the road have brakes bad enough to be placed out of service? No, it does not. The reason is that inspections are not always random. The sample of inspected trucks not truly representative of the entire fleet. Jurisdictions are allowed to use their own criteria for selecting trucks for inspection. Some might inspect every 10th truck. Others pick only older trucks that look like they're not well maintained. Others might concentrate on truck types that are perceived as a problem in that jurisdiction, like inspecting all the logging trucks or focusing on the trash haulers. While the out-of-service numbers do show is that some disturbing trends continue to occur year after year. 2,899 out-of-service orders given for tires that were bad enough to prohibit further operation on the vehicle. With several months of advance notice for road check, including notification that tires would be a focus item. 21.4% of vehicles placed out of service failed because of an item that's easy to inspect before hitting the highway. Multiple times per day. Bad tires? I just assume there's many out there that don't pay any attention to the announcements or forewarning. We already know when next year's 72-hour road check will be taking place. We just shared that last evening. You got a full year's advance notice to be ready when that time rolls around.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Back at it here. See what's going on with Scrapyard. What do you say, Scrapyard? Good morning.
What's that? Well, good morning. What's happening, Captain? I'm just out here making this run and all that, headed back to the yard less than an hour out. Yeah, the state of Arkansas, that over here, they set up a system about these illicit drivers. It's laser scanners over here along I-40, especially west of Conway. Over in the center median, just a little trailer. It comes out in the middle of the night, comes through. You can see that laser seeker spinning, and like it's a red reflector. But they caught one illicit driver over at Clarksville, right by the cop shop, the state police headquarters, parked on the side of the interstate. Trooper stopped in there to check to see if he was broke down or having an emergency. Well, come to find out, this yo-yo, the only thing he had was a border crossing card. He come out of Mexico, no documentation whatsoever, couldn't speak English, been running across the country and had picked up a load of all places in Mississippi headed to Oklahoma.
Wow.
But needless to say, they snatched him up, and him and the truck both, and off to jail for both of them, load and all. And, they set up this automated system now that ties directly in with the patrol units. And it'll scan license plates and the sides of the truck and all that, because a lot of these drivers being posted on Facebook videos of at rest areas and truck stops, all of a sudden putting ghost numbers on the side of the truck. These basically magnetic magnetic DOT number patches and all that, covering up who they're actually running for. And these damn logging systems that I had a friend of mine that nearly got caught. She got away from the company she was running for, and they were modifying the logs going down the dead gum road, and all of them signing her new numbers and the whole 9 yards. And she realized what was going on and told them to go pound sand. And it probably wasn't even 2 weeks after that. They got the feds raided that company up there in New England and all that. Come find out it was Russian mafia.
Really?
Was running that company.
I'll be darned.
Yeah. And so it's really going on out here. There we go, Marlboro. All right. But the Arkansas State Police has really been working hard. They upgraded their system. Like I said, they put those scanners in, and there's even talk about permanent incorporation like into the systems in these road signs.
Mm-hmm.
Putting those scanner systems with the identification cameras in the road signs, and there's some of our guardrails here in Arkansas even have those systems in them now, especially up around that nuclear power plant up there on 40.
So I know that they just announced they're going to be putting in more of that artificial intelligence stuff there in Arkansas. I-40 and I-55, we mentioned that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and they're also updating, the state of Arkansas is updating their alert system for silver alerts and amber alerts. In fact, I went on a search and rescue Friday morning down there by Miss Patty's house for a 68-year-old man with Alzheimer's, and Alzheimer's, dementia, diabetes, and on dialysis. And he'd been missing all night long, and luckily he was found alive that morning. The next morning, that is. As soon as I made my run, I ran home and grabbed all of my gear out the cabin and ran down to Miss Patty's and all that, and met her at the reconnoiter point at the fire station, and away we went. Mm-hmm. And thank God it turned out all right. So, yeah, they're going to be doing updating the systems and all for the amber alerts, silver alerts, and so it'll go out over a wider area at a quicker rate. But yeah, there's a lot of upgrades going on and trying to make things better.
Yeah.
And I applaud the Arkansas State Police and all that for running these goofballs down and getting them off our roads and all that. Sure make things a lot safer, especially after I had the wreck a couple of years ago up at right there by the Loves at Morrilton. Up there, I got rear-ended in a construction zone by some drivers from India.
Go figure.
Like 4 years ago, I believe it was.
Wow.
Yeah. And them driving way too fast, and they hit me at about 60 miles an hour and knocked me through that construction zone.
Well, Scrapyard, always good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for the update. Arkansas trying to stay on the cutting edge with the modern technology. All right? All right, head down the home stretch for another hour here. Obviously, my personal opinion, he sucked as president of the United States. Yeah, former President Joe Biden. But he is receiving radiation and hormone therapy. It's part of the new phase of treating his aggressive form of prostate cancer that he was diagnosed with shortly after leaving office. According to an aide, as part of a treatment plan for prostate cancer, President Biden currently undergoing radiation therapy and hormone therapy. 82 years old now, of course. In May, the post-presidential office announced that he'd been diagnosed with prostate cancer and that it had spread to his bone. Now, the discovery after he reported urinary symptoms, but they say prostate cancers are graded for aggressiveness using what's known as a Gleason score. The scores range from 6 to 10. With 8, 9, and 10 prostate cancers behaving more aggressively. Biden's office said his score was a 9, suggesting his cancer is actually among the most aggressive. So, yes, not a good president per se, wasn't even really running the show, but he is a human, and anyone who has battled or has family members, and most no one out there hasn't, dealt with family, friends, someone that's battled cancer. It is not a pleasant thing, and I would not wish ill on anyone. So, best wishes for recovery for former President Biden there. Meanwhile, President Trump's border security and immigration policies have led to the most secure border since 1970? According to the chief of the Border Patrol, during the just ended fiscal year 2025, Border Patrol agents arrested just over 237,000 aliens who had crossed the southwest border illegally between the ports of entry. For the fifth consecutive month, Border Patrol agents released 0 illegal aliens into the interior of the country. Border Patrol Chief Michael Banks posted information on social media confirming the historic border apprehension rate, first reported by Breitbart, Texas, here a few days back. He broke down some of the numbers. We'll dig into that in our final hour just ahead. All right, for 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. You can learn more at tel360.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits. And EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Good news from the Middle East. President Trump's ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas appears to be holding. Nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners have been released as Hamas has freed the final 20 living hostages. Speaking before Israel's parliament, Trump declared the end of the war and the end of the age of terror, praising Israel's strength and calling himself its best friend in the White House, a major step towards lasting peace and another foreign policy win for President Trump. Democrats are praising the new Israel-Hamas peace deal, but as MSNBC points out, they are careful to leave out two key words: Donald Trump. Senator Elizabeth Warren praised the ceasefire without once mentioning Trump, drawing backlash online. Lawmakers are applauding all involved in brokering the ceasefire and freeing the hostages, but few will credit the president who made it happen. The federal government shutdown continues with little signs of progress that it's going to end.
Monday's federal holiday means there will be no Senate votes today to try to end the government shutdown. The Senate has voted 7 times on Democratic and Republican plans for short-term funding, but all have failed. They'll try again on Tuesday at the earliest. The House passed its version of a temporary spending plan weeks ago, but is now in recess until October 19th. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Vice President J.D. Vance is set to visit Camp Pendleton in San Diego County on Saturday.
His visit coincides with the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Marine Corps. Vance is a former Marine serving as a combat correspondent and was deployed to Iraq during Operation Iraqi Freedom. More than 15,000 Marines, Navy sailors, veterans, and their families are expected to attend the celebration. I'm Michael Kastner.
Wall Street closed sharply higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 587 points. The S&P 500 rose 102 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 490 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. And even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit strongtel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Attorneys for Kilmer Abrego Garcia argue for his release in new filings. A federal judge in Nashville is deciding whether to suppress evidence from a 2022 traffic stop, which led to human smuggling charges against Kilmer Abrego Garcia.
The request is to exclude the Tennessee Highway Patrol traffic stop, which forms the basis of his 2 human smuggling cases. Abrego Garcia's attorney wrote the Baltimore office failed to find evidence of human smuggling and then shifted focus to deporting Abrego Garcia back to his birthplace in El Salvador. Abrego Garcia is a 30-year-old married father deported to El Salvador earlier this year. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Texas governor is backing the president's plan to send the state's National Guardsmen into Chicago. Greg Abbott slammed the governor of Illinois and his fellow Democrats for trying to block that effort.
They are more than happy having chaos in their communities.
Judges have blocked President Trump's plan to deploy the National Guard in Chicago. That was cheered by the governor of Illinois, who said that there's no credible evidence of a rebellion in Chicago. Apple is rebranding its streaming service.
It will now be known simply as Apple TV, dropping the plus from its name. The tech giant revealed the change Monday when announcing the streaming premiere for the Brad Pitt blockbuster F1 The Movie. Apple said the new name is a vibrant new identity for the streaming service. Its new name is now the same as its Apple TV streaming device. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, just like that, get our final hour underway here on a Tuesday morning. Hello to Scotty, who says, good evening from the land down under. All right, pack it up. You're ready to head back. So I guess the return journey, right? Get back home. So spent a couple days there. A couple, I guess, different stops. They're in Australia. All right, hello to Jake. Jake, yeah, I saw your email earlier. I haven't had a chance to take a listen to that yet. I guess you sent me a song, put together a song for me. I'll check that out after the show. Thank you. Hello, Billy. Morning, Steve. The Overnight Drive, folks. Happy Taco Tuesday. There's 5-7. Copy in the mail. Go Navy. Meanwhile, southern border. The most secure border, they tell us, since 1970. Yeah, Texas. Banks reported that his agents arrested 237,565 illegal aliens who had crossed the southwest border without inspection between the ports of entry. Sources in the Department of Homeland Security said they expected that number to be right about 235,000. Now, more than 70% of those apprehensions, nearly 170,000, occurred during the last 3 months of the Biden administration, because that was part of the fiscal year. According to Customs and Border Protection statistics, information provided to Breitbart, Texas, Border Patrol agents have carried out fewer than 70,000 apprehensions over the past 8 months of the Trump administration. Historical Border Patrol records show that the agency arrested 201,780 illegal aliens along the southwest border. In 1970, it was 263,991 in 1971. This year's apprehension, with most monthly totals occurring within the fiscal year attributable to the Trump administration, fell below the 1971 total by a wide margin. Now, during the 4 fiscal years covered by the Biden administration, that's fiscal year 21 to 24, Border Patrol agents under that administration apprehended a total of 7,442,003 migrants. In contrast, the 4 fiscal years covering Trump's first term, that's 2017 to 2020, led to the apprehension of 2,152,655, I mean less than all of Biden's fiscal year 2022 single-year report. The monthly Border Patrol apprehensions of illegal aliens at the southwest border dropped from an average of 50,000 per month during the last months of the Biden administration to less than 7,000 in the 8 months since, under the new, stricter border security measures implemented by President Trump. And of course, the previous administration said that could not be done without legislation, without congressional action taking place. But the big number, though, the 237,000 arrested for 5 consecutive months, not a 1, 0, nada, actually being allowed into the interior of the country. All right, let me see here. Grump back on board. Some follow-up, I think, maybe on some of Pappy's comments. What's going on, Grump?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of follow up on that. I wasn't sure where he got that information that NATO, had, I guess, wants to fight Russia for their rare earth minerals. They don't. Okay, they could buy them. That's just that simple. Russia's that broke. Russia, Steve, over this war, it has devastated Russia. I mean, everybody talks about their. They don't tell the whole truth about it though, but they'll talk about it. Say, hell, Russia's, GDP went up 4.1%. Yeah, it did. In military spending, their military spending right now. For their budget, they allocate about $160 million, not billion, but $1 million a year for their military and defense budgets. All right. Right now, Russia has tried to borrow money from the central bank. The only thing that they've got going out right now, because they're all the rare minerals and things that they have nobody to mine them. Nobody. 50% of their coal. And these are some of the private companies that are in Russia, but they're, of course, it's communist, but they claim they're private, but they're not. About 50% of them are broke, just flat damn broke. They've either went bankrupt or they shut down completely. And when you look at all the money and everything that Russia is pumping in, to their economy, their military spending now is up about 40%. Their inflation, and that's driving inflation. Inflation's up over 10%. Russia has had to take liquidity out of other areas and their emergency rainy day funds and the rest of this. And one of the things that's really pissing off the people over there is they stopped a $17 billion payment into their pension funds and their social programs that helps fund, pay for food and things like that. They're running out of guys. I mean, that's just a damn fact. People from 18 to 40 right now, that military age males is either dead or on the battlefield or trying to fill some of these positions. That's one of the reasons why Russia bumped it back up to about 65 years old. If you're 65 and can still walk and talk and stuff like that, put a uniform on and we'll see you at the front. Their greatest spending right now is on artillery. That's their military weapon systems. That is where their economy is booming at. And it went up in double digits. But the fact of the matter is since Trump came on, oil prices have bottomed out. They cannot sell enough oil to offset the military. That's one of the reasons why they're trying to borrow money. They've cleaned out all the rainy day funds that they've had. So yeah, it's I spent 10 years in NATO, and I've been through countless NATO tachyvals over my career in the military. But it's and been stationed at Tempelhof in Berlin, all over European theater. I've been stationed, and we've dealt with Russia for so long over, I mean, it's fruitless anymore to even think about them as any kind of, I guess, a viable, they could be if things went their way where they could start selling products again, start selling minerals, but they have absolutely no means to produce minerals. They can't even mine them. 17% of the minerals that they claim that they have access to is in Ukraine, and that's in areas that Russia holds right now. And they're not going to monkey with that because Ukrainians are killing them wholesale. Ukraine wiped out 62% of their damn air force with drone attacks. Russia can get drones now because Israel seen to that, and so did the United States when they bombed the Iranian drone factories. So it's, they're on the ropes. They're on the ropes right now. I mean, they're producing military hardware as fast as they can produce it, and trying to get it out the door so that they can, use it on Ukraine. But if we get the Tomahawks and a few other things over there, that offensive weapons that they're talking, that's going to be a game changer, and it's going to bring them to their knees. They, right now, all they got to fall back on is nuclear weapons, and they're not going to do that. Russia can talk, Putin can talk all the smack he wants to talk, but he knows damn well that if he ever launched one, there would be no more Russia. We have assets all over that European theater. It just, it's mind-boggling, the crap that we have. And I can tell you from, just the conventional side of things, from being in the Gulf War, United States ain't something to mess with. I mean, just period. We're just not something to tinker with. Even during the Biden days when we were so down on morale and every damn thing else, if the balloon would have went up, we would have took care of business. That's one of the reasons why China don't jump on us. It's because they know damn well that the United States will not stop. The one thing that the United States does do that always burns my butt is spends billions and trillions of dollars after we go into a place or after we bomb a place and trying to rebuild it and make it better when we ought to be just saying the hell with you. That lesson learned, do it yourself. But Russia right now, if we were to arm Ukraine the way that they need to be armed, the war would be over, because Russia would have to capitulate and say, look, let's just call it a draw and knock his crap off and blah, blah, blah. Because, why else would they meet with Trump? It wasn't just to have a little powwow with him. He's looking at things, and he knows damn well that this could be a war that's unwinnable, especially if oil prices drop anymore. They can't sell enough. China's their only customer. Well, China and India right now is their only customers in oil. And like I said, they cannot produce the rare minerals. They can't get them. They can't get them out of the ground. They have no means to do it. So it's right now it's just up against the wall. Like I said, they took $17 billion out of their pension fund and diverted those funds elsewhere to support the war effort. People are pissed over there, man. I mean, they can't get paid. They can't, get groceries. Things are so damn high that it's kicking their butts. So, you got to look at all of it, and everybody looks at Russia like they're that big beast that we ought to fear. No, they're not. They got nuclear weapons. That's the only scary part about Russia, is their nuclear weapons. China, they got those hypersonic weapons and things like that, but do they really want to try to use them? They've only shot one, that they had pretty good luck with, but they don't know what the hell we have, capable of shooting something down. And it's, how many of them could they produce? I mean, look, the last thing China wants is to piss off the United States or to fire a shot or something like that that's going to get countries like Japan. Japan is a very capable group right now. They have a very capable military. Don't think for a second they don't. We've got assets in South Korea that can handle business. Does North Korea want to get involved in something like that? I doubt it. They might shoot a missile off or something like that, but the Hermit Kingdom there, they kind of keep a low profile for a reason, because they really don't want to get into a tangle with a bunch of different countries. So it's, I don't worry a lot about what's going on in the country as far as war-wise, and things like that. The covert things is what bothers me. blowing up power stations and stuff like that could take out grids here in the United States. That would be more devastating than anything, from what I'm seeing. Conventional wars or just militaries trying to, jump on the United States. We can handle it. Trust me. We got the assets to do it. We got the people to do it. I've sat in briefings before, and you remember we talked about an assessment that they did on Iran at one time. 47 minutes that they figured they could wipe Iran off the face of the earth with conventional weapons if they ever fired on the United States. And look what we did to Iran with 5 B-2 bombers? Completely brought them to their knees with 5 bombers. So, I don't know, man. I'm not jumping at Pappy in any way, shape, or form, but I look at every aspect of it, and one thing that's going to determine the strength of any country like that is going to be their economic capabilities. Can they sustain themselves in a war, on a multiple front war? No, they can't. Can the United States? Yes, we can. So, and that's what I think everybody looks at. So it's I don't put a lot of gravitas in what some of these these countries and things are doing right now, and they gotta pound their chest. That's just the way it is. But Ukraine and Russia, Ukraine has gave them all the fight that they can handle. I mean, all the fight that they can handle. Hell, even before we started funding them, they were killing them wholesale. So it's been a bloodbath over there, and Russia's running out of dudes. They really are. I mean, they're like I said, military age males, man, they're getting to be a rare commodity over there. So. Anyway, I just want to throw that out there, Steve.
Very good. All right. Yeah, I don't know official numbers, but Trump this past day said they're losing thousands. Yeah, between Ukraine and Russia, there's thousands of lives continuing to be lost every week as that battle goes on. Yeah, and for what? All right. Hello to Truck and Phil. Happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers. The Hotshot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. Oh, and the great Knuckle Buster. And all the veterans out there. 54 with a high of 76 Fort Wayne today. 57 to 70 in Newaygo, Michigan. Have a great day, everybody. And Semper Fi from Truck and Phil.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator. Because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hotshot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hotshot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
While on the topic of military agreements, just last week, when the Canadian President Carney sat down with President Trump, it didn't really make any deals as far as the tariffs are concerned, but they did have an understanding, nothing signed, but kind of an agreement that Canada wants to be a part of the Iron Dome. Meanwhile, earlier this week, Denmark unveiling one of the most ambitious military expansions in modern history. $4.2 billion to strengthen Arctic and North Atlantic security. That plan is in alignment with President Trump's renewed defense agenda. Denmark's new second agreement on the Arctic and North Atlantic forms part of the 2024 to 2033 defense agreement. It includes a broad range of measures to modernize Denmark's military presence in the high north, including Greenland. Copenhagen's decision in favor of an Arctic buildup comes after Trump said earlier this year that Greenland, a territory of Denmark, was necessary for international security. You've got Russian boats all over the place. You have Chinese boats all over the place, warships. And Greenland, can't maintain it. So Denmark's multi-billion-dollar plan will fund new Arctic naval vessels, a maritime patrol, aircraft capacity, an air surveillance radar system, additional drones, and a new joint Arctic Command headquarters in Nuuk, Greenland. The plan also includes infrastructure upgrades and a North Atlantic undersea cable connecting Denmark, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands. Danish officials describe this as an historic step that reinforces NATO's northern defenses and deepens Denmark's cooperation with the United States and its allies. According to sources familiar with the discussions, the total investment amounts to 27.4 billion Danish kroner, or roughly $4.2 billion, represents a major escalation of Denmark's Arctic commitments. The defense minister said Denmark's significantly strengthens the capabilities of the Danish armed forces with its enhanced military posture for Greenland and the Arctic. Now, this was all developed in close partnership with the governments of Greenland and the Faroe Islands, both of which play critical roles in monitoring the North Atlantic. The package adds 2 new Arctic vessels with ice-breaking capabilities, expanding the Danish Arctic fleet to 5. It also introduces a new special operations Arctic unit designed for rapid deployment and first response missions, as well as a drone training module and a planned Greenlandic Ranger Corps to be completed by next year. So all this aimed at enhancing Denmark's ability to assert sovereignty, respond to emergencies, and provide operational support for NATO and the allied forces there. Things kind of coming together, as they say. All right, TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Learn more by visiting tel360.com today. More after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. ABC's The View is giving President Trump credit for the Israel-Hamas peace deal. Co-host Alyssa Farah-Griffin.
If this peace deal holds, which I pray that it does, it's historic. It is a massive diplomatic achievement, and I think the whole world can breathe a sigh of relief.
She said the whole world can breathe a sigh of relief. Even the more liberal hosts agree that Trump's deal makes a historic breakthrough for peace in the Middle East. Some airports are blocking a video from TSA checkpoints that lays the blame for the government shutdown squarely on Democrats.
We will continue to do all that we can to avoid delays that will impact your travel. And our hope is that Democrats will soon recognize the importance of opening the government.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the refusal of Congress to fund the government is disrupting operations. Airports in Seattle, Portland, Phoenix, Buffalo, Westchester, New York have all refused to show it, with officials calling the message political or inappropriate. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we all recall the big raid that took place, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement at the Hyundai facility that was being constructed. That was in Georgia, wasn't it? Yeah, update a couple days ago said that 3 workers had died since Hyundai started construction of that $7.6 billion plant back in 2022. Citing a review of federal records, apart from the deaths, more than a dozen workers had suffered serious injuries, including from falling without wearing harnesses or getting crushed by forklifts. We conducted a comprehensive audit and strengthened safety oversight across the site. We've enhanced contractor vetting, training, and accountability to ensure all partners meet Hyundai's standards and legal requirements, according to a spokesperson for Hyundai Motor North America. Of course, we know dozens of the company's current and former workers, many of them safety coordinators who helped oversee construction, told the Wall Street Journal in interviews that the work environment involved many inexperienced immigrant laborers, oftentimes lax safety standards, and frequent accidents. Now, the plant operated through a joint venture between Hyundai and South Korea's LG Energy Solution. Has been in the limelight since that ICE raid last month that detained hundreds of South Korean workers. The largest single-site enforcement operation in the Department of Homeland Security's history, they say. Workers interviewed by the Wall Street Journal said Hyundai did not ensure people were properly trained. Safety regulators did little to prevent worksite violations. Now they're saying we acted immediately and comprehensively to prevent anything like this from happening again, according to Hyundai's CEO, Jose Munoz. I traveled to Georgia to tell our team directly. Their safety comes before production schedules, before cost, before profits, before everything. Construction on the electric vehicle and battery plant in Bryan, Georgia, about 30 miles west of Savannah. Construction is ongoing, but interesting the update there. And when you bring in these foreign workers, many of them unskilled, that's the kind of risk you take. Is that putting profits or production schedules ahead of human lives? Meanwhile, Blind Man here on a Tuesday. What's going on, Blind Man?
Well, I got a call from my neighbor. She works at the Navy Yard, a federal worker, and she's treating this shutdown as a vacation. And I like to know what Trump is up to. Love to be a fly on the wall. And he's doing one thing, look over here, and he's doing something over there.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's eliminating government workers, get rid of the unnecessary people that duplicate different jobs. I hope he's eliminating some of these so-called wasteful programs, like the so-called Green New Deal. Eliminate that and other wasteful programs. This is going to go on for quite a while. The Democrats have dug in their heels, and they're not going to give an inch. It's just a matter of time before people get fed up enough and start blaming everything on the Democrats. But unfortunately, you got the so-called mainstream media that's carrying the water for the Democrats, and unfortunately, there's too many people that listen to CNN and nothing else, and
right.
have no idea what's going on. And my neighbor wants to know what's going on, with the truckers, and I don't say anything political about the truckers. I just say they're complaining about parking space and various programs for the truckers or being duplicated or whatever, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing political. She wouldn't get it, and but I really enjoy listening to you and hearing the other truckers, and I learn a lot from you guys, and I really appreciate you being out there.
Hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for listening in, Blind Man, and continue to spread the message, spread the word. So they tell us our new analysis of our solar system's interstellar interloper, otherwise known as 31 Atlas, reveals that it is spewing huge amounts of water, and astronomers cannot immediately explain why. The object, widely believed to be a comet, showed strong ultraviolet emissions that are unmistakable telltales of hydroxyl gas, OH, a byproduct of water. When astronomers imaged it with NASA's Swift Space Telescope before it disappeared behind the sun recently, the emissions could only be spotted from space because the ultraviolet light would get absorbed in the atmosphere. Their findings, detailed in a new study published in the astrophysical journal Letters, argue that the presence of all this OH indicates the comet is ejecting water vapor at a torrential rate of about 88 pounds per second. That's about the same rate as a fire hose running at full blast, according to the press release. The most extraordinary thing is that it was spotted happening pretty far from the sun at what they call a heliocentric distance of about 3 astronomical units, which would be 3 times the distance between the Earth and the sun. Typically, comets stray much closer to the sun before the water ice in their core or their nucleus begins to sublimate or instantly transform from a solid to a gas. Something else must be driving all this water dumping from 31 Atlas, which implies tantalizingly that the comet must harbor considerable stores of water for the process to keep going. When we detect water, or even its faint ultraviolet echo, OH, from an interstellar comet, we're reading a note from another planetary system. According to the co-author of the study, it tells us the ingredients for life's chemistry are not unique to our own. Another example of the fascinating strangeness of interstellar objects like 31 Atlas. Think of it as a sample of somewhere very far away, maybe millions of light years, careening straight past our doorstep. It's in many ways bizarre compared to local comets that hint just how unique these unimaginable alien realms must be. Now we have so much more to understand of how star systems form and how their structures might actually evolve. Typically, a comet's the huge halo of gas and dust that gives them their glowing appearance, begin to form as the objects near the sun or another star, presumably, and heats up. The heat either sublimates or vaporizes the material in the nucleus, which is many times smaller than the tail that actually catches our eyes from the ground, stretching behind the comet. 31 Atlas has already surprised us in many ways. Its chemistry is strange compared to our own comets. It appears to have an astonishingly high ratio of carbon dioxide to water. What's causing the outpouring of water vapor? Still not clear. Astronomers speculate that sunlight might be heating up the ice giant's release from the nucleus, which then gets vaporized into the surrounding coma. So right now, 31 Atlas is actually flying behind the sun, so we cannot observe it from Earth at this point in time. Scientists have been able to catch a glimpse of it using spacecraft stationed near Mars. It will soon swing back into our view sometime late in the month of November, they tell us. 31 Atlas. Okay, and here it is, that loneliest hour. What you got going on, Horse Feathers?
So the question is where's the James Webb Telescope or the Hubble Telescope positioned at? Are they in any orbit that would be able to be used to view that comet at all? If they can get things from galaxies away, can they take a picture this close, or is that even too close for them to take a picture of now? I don't know. I guess we'll have to ask the space people that. But so here on the news there, and you kind of mentioned a little bit there, the View and former President Clinton are giving President Trump some accolades for this whole peace deal for Israel and Gaza and Palestinians. And
yes.
So what's up with Elizabeth Warren? And I guess there's a few other senators that refuse to mention President Trump's name in this whole deal.
Absolutely. It's Trump derangement syndrome. They will not give Trump any accolades for anything. How many times have we said he himself personally could invent an invention to stop cancer, a cure, and they wouldn't give him credit for it. So
yep, absolutely. Yeah. And I don't know if it was AI or not, but I did see a video that was posted by a gentleman that was brought it up, that it was actually from Hillary Clinton. And Hillary Clinton yesterday in this video was actually giving him the accolades of that, and almost to the point of nominating him for the Nobel Peace Prize, the way the speech was that she was, or their comments that she was reading off there. So it was pretty fun to watch. But as I say, I don't know if that was a real video, or with the amount of AI we have now that's what that is. So and actually the video that I shared there from was supposed to be Elon Musk. It's Elon Musk fans, but they actually used AI to generate his image and voice, and then make that figure read off, comments that from Elon Musk that he'd said. So they say that's what the comments are about. But anyway, so I guess that's some sort of fake type thing. But I don't. Is it completely fake if the image and voice is of the person and is actually speaking what was said at another time, but it's not an actual video of the person saying it? Is it still? I don't know. This whole AI thing is going to be something we got to figure out. How it's all supposed to work, and what's supposed to happen with it, and what we're supposed to believe. And I don't know. It's got to the point now. You used to say you had to see it to believe it, but
yep.
Can you still believe it if you see it?
Nope.
I'm
now.
thinking, Your Honor. So, and the other thing I caught there, Bill O'Reilly was talking a little bit about the tariffs here, and the tariff money coming in, and it goes to the federal government's money that they can use. And of course, it's not the president that has control of the money. It's Congress, especially the House side of Congress, has control of the money and what should be done with the tariff money. And of course, as he said, and probably a lot of us say, is first thing is pay down the debt, work on the deficit, pay off the debt, so that we're not paying all this extra money in interest. And of course, there's other people out there that are saying that it should be given out like COVID money was given out, hand out to the, checks to, lesser income people, so that they aren't having it so hard. And especially now with the federal shutdown, that, we should have a little bonus money sent out to everybody, and it's like, it didn't after COVID when we did that. Didn't we have a problem with this thing called inflation?
Yes, we did.
That there was all this, yeah. So maybe we shouldn't do that with the tariff money. Maybe we should just use the money to pay down the debt. I think that's the better way to go. But anyways, you and I probably don't have a whole lot of say in the. It seems like Congress doesn't seem to come to listen to the little common people. Kind of like the FMCSA there, they have their listening sessions, but they never hear nothing. How does that work? I don't know. Why do they call it a listening session if they don't hear? Anyway. All right, Your Honor. You do what you got to do, and we'll be back for happy birthday to you.
Oh, yeah. That's coming up tomorrow. Yep, there you go. I'm looking at a post that says, let's see, former President Joe Biden says, I commend President Trump and his team for their work to get a renewed Gaza ceasefire deal over the finish line. So that's the second Democrat president, because we know Bill Clinton actually acknowledged Trump, at least played a role in this. Apparently, Hussein, they say, refused. Hussein. Yeah, Barack Hussein Obama. The actual post from the official Joe Biden, I guess that's his X page. I am deeply grateful and relieved that this day has come for the last living 20 hostages who have been through unimaginable hell and are finally reunited with their families and loved ones, and for the civilians in Gaza who have experienced unimaginable loss and will finally get the chance to rebuild their lives. The road to this deal was not easy. My administration worked relentlessly to bring hostages home, get relief to Palestinian civilians, and end the war. I commend President Trump and his team for their work to get a renewed ceasefire deal over the finish line. Now, with the backing of the United States and the world, the Middle East is on a path to peace that I hope endures, and a future for Israelis and Palestinians alike with equal measure of peace, dignity, and safety.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Kind of headed down the home stretch here on an early Tuesday. There he is, Knucklebuster.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. It's going to be a totally terrific Tuesday here in a few minutes, Steve. We can get a 12-pack of Skull Busters and a bottle of aspirin and be done with it there. Hey, Steve, do you know how to Reese ate her ice cream?
How to do what with ice cream?
Reese, R-E-E-S-E, ate her ice cream.
I guess I don't.
With her spoon?
Okay. Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Good looking old. Well, no, she's a blonde, ain't she? Or she's really a blonde out of her blonde. Hell, I don't know. Anyway, have a great day, buddy. Truck them safe, and we'll speak at you in the morning.
All right. Have a great day there, and Semper Fi, Knuckle Buster. All right, one final tidbit here. We're about out of time. FBI Director Kash Patel, according to reports, has fired agents involved in tracking the phone calls of 8 Republican senators and a congressman as part of the former special counsel Jack Smith's investigation of President Trump. Communication records belonging to Republican Senators Lindsey Graham, Marsha Blackburn, Ron Johnson, Josh Hawley, Cynthia Lumens, Bill Hagerty, Dan Sullivan, Tommy Tuberville, and Representative Mike Kelly were handed over to Smith's Arctic Frost team after they subpoenaed major phone companies in 2023. The fact was unknown to the public until last week, with Kash Patel saying he discovered the hidden files in a lockbox that was placed in a vault in a cyber place where no one can see or search these files. You put it in there when you want to hide it from the world, and that takes the authorization of the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI. So not only did they weaponize this law enforcement, but when we got in there, and then I got in as the FBI director, from my experience as Russiagate, I knew where to look and what rooms to open and what doors to kick down, and that's what we did. We found this information to expose the politicization by Jack Smith and the prior Department of Justice. Now, before revealing that he fired the agents who facilitated the secret investigations into U.S. lawmakers. He said, just think about it. 8 sitting U.S. senators, phone records gathered, subpoenaed through the grand jury process, buried and wormholed. It was the hope that no one would find it. And I think we're just scratching the surface here. But accountability, he says, is coming. And we close out a terrific Tuesday. All right, we'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I